Drink, motherfuckers, I'm coming clean. On your way, got my cat. Nigga be driving up real bad. Looking for another motherfucking weakest nigga with your figure. Fuck that bullshit, cause I'm about to pull a fucking trigger.
Even though we've got this mix of players and different regions, ping is the great equalizer, and hopefully we should see some quite exciting Counter Strike.
It absolutely will be. This mix of players that we have, it will be a bit of a variance in terms of the levels of play on some of the players. Some of them have some competitive experience. Some of them are face it level 10s. Some of them might have installed the game like a year ago. And, you know, they might, DMG, not bad. We'll take it. But the one sort of contributing factor to all these teams coming together is the fact that they all work within companies that have maybe, you know, hundreds of thousands of employees across the US of A, across Germany, many locations. But the thing that brings them all together is the gaming side of it, the esports. And that's what we're here to do. This is essentially they call it like a team building day, I suppose. Small teams of 5 from maybe different departments, but the one thing they all have in common is they love to click on heads. And now we get to see just how good they are at it when they're going up against different companies from potentially different continents across the world.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like you said, with the different levels of skill that's available here, we could well see a couple individual players really shine and really prove themselves incredibly proficient. But alas, in the end of the day, like you said, you've got to click on heads better than your opponent. A lucky shot can result in a round win, and the only number that matters at the end of the day is that round score.
Yeah, and may the Becht team win, as we do have in our match one Bechtel going up against Epic CS of Epic Systems. A huge matchup for round number 1. Later on in the day, we have a bit of a conglomerate between Nordstrom and LinkedIn going up against the Autobots out of EU as well. But for match number 1, We've got 10 players in the lobby. That's good news because we didn't have that a couple of minutes ago. But we're getting ready to get into game number 1, where the first thing we have to find out is which maps are we going to be playing. We do have the pretty standard map rotation, a couple of relatively new additions that teams will have had some time to adjust to, hopefully. But how much teams will have really played together as a roster, as a unit? How much will they have worked on strategies? We're not too sure about that side of things. We might see a whole lot of Mag 7 sitting in a corner or Mac 10 rushes. Yeah. And those kind of things could easily work in a format like this, where it is a little bit more casual. It's not necessarily the most competitive, but whatever you can do to try and catch your opponents off guard, hey, got to try and make it work.
Yeah, 100%. Because that ping differential of sitting, I think on average, it's about 200 ping. It's not totally unreasonable, but that slight delay in reactions, you've got to change as a player. It's a different ball game. If you're used to that first bullet accuracy and maybe less so good on the sprays, that bullet's going to go wide. You've got to adapt. You've got to be pre-firing angles. You've got to be spraying for the heavens. We might see a lot of AWPs purely because you just aim center of mass. You don't need the headshot to get the kills off. So it'll be really, really interesting to see how these players maybe start, work out, test the waters when they start feeling the ping, the server, and then we might see it devolve into like full Mac 10, 4 spies, P90 rushes, just full grenade spam, whatever they might choose. And like you said, the map is going to be of imperative importance here, especially because a lot of these teams might not have practiced together too much in terms of strategy. So we're more likely to see, probably, I'm going to presume, I might be immediately proven wrong here, the more puggy style maps. So we're leaning towards Mirage, Dust 2, those sort of things, Inferno, that there's sort of the standard player understanding more so than the more strategically complex maps like Nuke, perhaps. That being said, it's a for fun tournament. And if they decide to just run it down Nuke, that is 100% possible.
Well, we're starting to get some picks come through, which weirdly are not showing up on the on the production PC. You've actually strangely got different people in your scrim chat for some reason. Not sure why, but the first picks have started to filter through, and we do have an Anubis ban into a Mirage pick. So the one Bechtel boys and girls will be starting off on the CT side Mirage as our map number 1.
Nice. So Mirage, a very, very common pug staple across European Counter-Strike, American Counter-Strike, right away from Gold Nova level all the way up to Face at level 10 and beyond. This is one that consistently stays in rotations. It's very, I mean, Counter-Strike is of course, a game of skill, but it's one of those ones where individual performance can really, really shine in this because of how quick the rotations are. You've got connector through into the mid, and then you've got the B catwalk as well. So you can rotate incredibly quickly, find these different angles, put pressure on players, but also the same way, totally rush sites as well. It's got a bit of everything. It's a very exciting map.
And as we make our way towards the first map getting underway, we can go a little bit further down the line. There was a Dust 2 pick, which will have a CT start for the North American teams, as the neighbors' dogs are going absolutely insane. They can't wait to see that Dust 2 map. And should we make it all the way to map number 3, there is a coin toss to decide which the final map will be. As it looks as though we've got some lovely music in my ears right now, which might just about mean it's time to get into game number 1 very, very shortly indeed. As Mr. Production, you might want to add a /2 to the URL at the top. There we go. And there we go. I hear the same music again. Game is getting ready to be underway with map number 1, the first of our continental matchups between Epic CS and Bechtel CS. Who will come out ahead? I mean, a little spoiler for our later matchup, there's a lot of Face It level 10s coming from the North American side of things, which is a scary prospect for anyone to come up against. This matchup, not so unbalanced by the way the things currently look, so hopefully we'll get to see some solid plays and a little bit of RNG random chaos in there as well, because that's always enjoyable to watch.
I hope we are going to see that chaos. Like, I think that's what everyone wants to see. I also think if you're at all facing into a bunch of level 10 Face-It players. Why play their game? Play your own game. If you want to just buy P90s and run it down mid, run it down mid. You do you. And it might work. Who knows? I mean, it can work. Literally, like instant headshots exist in this game. You can literally get lucky and go towards the RNG. So why not have a bit of fun with it?
It's an interesting one because you might get away with it. It might work, probably only once. And if you try to repeat the same strategy, you're probably going to have you're going to find a Face It level 10 and play with that sort of experience, especially a whole squad of them will come up with counter strategies pretty darn quick. But if you come with 15 random strategies that they could never possibly expect, then hey, it might just be enough to get that round across the line. That's all you've got to do. You just got to make sure you win the round. Doesn't matter how you get to that point, as long as you are the last team standing, as long as you make your way to the bomb plant and get that plant down, get the explosion or defuse. That's all you got to do to get the W. We are making our way to the game. Players in the server warming up right now, just waiting on one more to connect, and there we are. So in 30 seconds time, we'll be kicking off with map number 1 on Mirage.
Map number 1, Mirage. I mean, I love this map to bits. It's absolutely fantastic. It's going to be super, super fun just to see how these teams kind of approach it. Are we going to see that full chaos right from the get-go, or are we going to see something a bit more standard as players test the water and feel the ping difference? So I believe it's about, as I said before, 200 average ping across the board for both teams. It's a server that should be fairly geographically split between two areas, so they should numbers. Be. Those are some big numbers. Absolutely, very, very interesting. Interesting ping numbers. So yeah, like we said, going to be difficult for teams, but they will be able to hopefully get to curious. I like that CS2 hardcore level, hard code level. It's going to be difficult, but a challenge and one that they can rise to.
Actually, interesting about this is having a ping that's this high. Does it actually benefit the T side more than it benefits the CTs? Because CTs like to sit back and hold angles, but you've got like a third of a second of full swing peeker's advantage if you're on the T side.
Oh, yeah.
That you can totally exploit if you know the pre-fire angles and can find those headshots. This could actually sort of shift the meta somewhat on some of the matches that we're going to see. Maybe on a map later on, like Dust 2, where typically you're going to find AWPs poking down mid doors, holding long. I mean, they might just get run over pretty quick, but let's see how this plays out, as it looks like it's going to be a full rush towards B apartment. A jump peek. Shots with the Glock not quite landing. He's going to have to fall back to safety, but no safety to be found as the flashbang from Oslo to Pig means Flygon gets a free headshot.
He's gone into kitchen. Going to try and pick off a few more, but Kriske replies in kind. The block shots going wide. Oh my god, they are truly struggling with the ping, but it doesn't matter. Skade. Oh, gets 2 for the money. No, Artini gets one back. And that is Tease with the bomb down. Defusal trying to approach this. That's 1 more down. It's a 2 versus 1. This is very possible. Into the 1 versus 1. The swing around the corner. The Julies is coming out. We thought we'd see some mean weapons already, but first round is brilliant. They're right up close, and no! It's not going to be possible. Is there enough time for the defuse, though?
Absolutely not. There's the music already in the background, but we love to see that. Is that the first piece of adaptation to the ping that we're going to be seeing, where it doesn't matter for pistol rounds, we're just going to fire as many bullets as possible, and Julie's... It almost was the answer, but just not quite quickly enough to secure the defuse, but still a full clean wipe for both sides. Not a single player making it out of that situation. But that does mean that the bomb going down and exploding means there's AKs, there's Galils on the board, and it's looking like a big eco round for the defensive side.
Yeah, T-side buying the MAC-10s makes perfect sense. Unarmored headshots, they will absolutely shred them on the defensive players, but that's one big thing. There's an eagle shot. Very, very good USP as well for a 2-for-2 trade, and the T's actually taking out more of their own side here. And that actually gives the counter-terrorist, a little bit of an advantage here, but still with the pistols, they kind of have control right now. This is
big 1D.
Treacherous position.
Yeah, big 1D from Tralala to open up the fragging. The smoke that went down in towards Connector cut off the angle of Escade, but the rest of his squad picked up the pieces. Now the numbers are looking worryingly even, as there's a sneaky lurk from Chris K they weren't ready for, but Grant does get the swing with the Galil. Escade picks up the pieces. It's 2 versus 1. There has been an AK picked up as well. That's coming down from the Cat. And Kirad's a couple of taps. He eventually finds a headshot. It's going to be difficult to one-tap anyone on this sort of ping, but 3 or 4 taps will get the job done. And this is something that you talked about a little bit when we found out that these guys are going to be playing on ping. AWP, holding angles. Chris K feels confident. He's going for it.
Absolutely. I believe Chris K is the AWPer for this side, so should be able to put on performance, but of course the thing is the greatest differential. Oh my god, they're just getting absolutely shredded. We've seen a grenade, we've seen an AWP, we've seen an AK, we've seen the flames of a Molotov as well, and what's the last one going to be? It's Chris K picking up a second. Utter annihilation.
I was watching Chris K on my second monitor, and the delay on the swing for him to hit that shot as the final T makes a full sprint out from Palace. It looked like it took a while, but he lands it regardless. But this is a guy who's got 10 years of experience of putting together frag movies and playing lands. So, I mean, he's surely... he's going to hit those shots. Lands, we should bear in mind, not in Counter-Strike, but he's also no stranger to playing on high ping because he played an Asian game called Alliance of Valiant Arms as a professional player, where he went to LAN events in Taiwan, Korea, Japan, always playing on 100 ping, so no surprise that once again he picks up AWP and sits Flygon down immediately.
And pushing for the early underpass peak as well is a bold strategy, but knowing you can get away with it. A second one through for Chris K. He's styling on it now, looks for the third, goes for the flick, but of course on this ping, that's not going to materialize. And Chalalaro, there we go. That's going to be an awful one later on. Gets a second for their money, so it still goes through, and this is a far, far cleaner round. Beautiful stuff.
But now there's a bit of a bank built up for the T side after getting that first win, losing out on against the Eco in round number 2. We've got the win in the pistol round, but this is going to be their first time to come fully equipped where you're not just going to get bombarded to death by grenades on ramp like they did the first time, or picked off early on by Chris K's AWP. Doesn't really matter about the headshot percentage not being too high, but the damage is being dealt. Now the T sides have opted to not walk straight onto A site this time. They're going with a little bit of an execute over towards B. Smoke off towards short. A couple of Molotovs expended. No committal to the peak now, but a bit of a risky jump peak as there's many players coming out of apps. But Lenarov finds an angle to get the first instead.
But all the T's needs to do is get that first kill. Trading 1-for-1 there is absolutely fine. So 3 versus 4 for the retake. The AK's tapping away at the top of the van. But like we said, on this ping, going to be very, very difficult. But here's the man himself. No! He gets rolled. The Ferrari peek around the corner. And this looks like a CT shutout. The T side have this. There's another one. Grenade closes it off. And we've seen the bounce back. We've got a 3-2 scoreline.
That's what it is. If Chris K is not there to hold the line with the AWP, even if Lenarov manages to take one down, there's just power, strength in numbers for the T's. They're overrunning that B site, and now it looks like fast play might be on the agenda once again, as Flygon might just be a bit of a no money issue, but he has picked up the MAC-10. Might look to try and find some early advantages, get a pick, get an upgrade on that weapon, or could try and play it slow, play a lurk angle, and try and catch CTs out on rotation.
I think the thought process here perhaps could be just with the lack of armor in a certain respect, never mind. Chris K just picks a Flygon. I was going to say that headshot on the MAC-10 can be quite brutal, but there's the reply, a 1-for-1 trade. T's are very, very happy with this. But Trelelero, this time on the B shot, holds the angle. The shot's going out by Grand Arctic, who's picked up the second of theirs for the round. Flash goes out onto site. There's one on short. A swing round, a beautiful headshot. The pre-fire on that is absolutely disgusting. Chris K holding the tight angle. He's going to swing round, and there's the response. It's a 2 versus 1, but Chris K, can you pull this off?
Targets on all sides, throws a flashbang through the murder hole. It somehow doesn't blind Oslo to Pig. Swings around stairs at the wall just in time And he claims the kill, but he does not pick up the AWP himself. Maybe they're not feeling going for one shot, one kill, one and done weapons on 300 ping, which is honestly entirely fair enough. They're just going to stick to the AKs. They've evened up the round score now, 3 for 3, and it's sort of a force buy coming out from CT as well. A couple of MP9s, and MP7, oh no, MP5 in the mix as well. Armor looking slim. It doesn't matter if you get one taps like that by Oslo the Pig. Lenarov just swings out from Palace, gets the first, and a flashbang to follow up, trying to clear out room, but Escade does get one back, instantly traded with a double from Martini.
This is an incredibly uncomfortable position. Gets one, almost gets the second, but a flying AK-47 shot shuts them down. Galileo pushing up. Oh my god, and the ramp is struggling with that spray. And it's an unfortunate case, but did take out a lot of the T's with him. And so that's a full, basically, I think, a full buy for the CTs now. This is the deciding factor because of the money situation in T's as well. Whoever wins this is basically going to break the economy of the other.
Sort of, yes, but then you've also got the Bank of Norway over there on purple as Oslo the Pig.
Sorry,
is just
Oslo.
rolling in dough. He's got like 10k to his name. He could drop multiple orbs if he survives this round, but it is almost a full buy. There's a naked AWP on defense where there will be no armor, no utility. Lacking helmets on one or two of the players doesn't matter too much up against the AKs, but the shot will not land from Chris K this time around. It does mean there's trades back and forth, and the top mid gets messy.
So 3-on-3, top mid control, and underneath the window. Here's hope to the T's. Kirad somehow survives way longer than they should, but Flygon takes him down. And Chris K, uncomfortable situation, now unscoped, can't scope in that window because, of course, the T in mid will hear them and be able to pre-fire that angle as soon as he swings out. And even on this ping, it's going to be difficult to get that swing. Cascade, patience is the game. He's taking names, taking heads, looking for the other one, tapping away, but it's not quite enough. Bakes removes him from the server. It's a 1 versus 2. Chris K once more in this position. Unscopes, walking towards, through CT, towards the ramp, towards ticket booth. Going to take down the line of sight. This is a difficult one for this retake. Smoke's excluding him from the angle. He's got to move quickly.
He's found the one position that's not being actively watched by the T's. Flygon gone for a bit of a repeat of last round, but Chris is not going to fall for the same trick, going through the murder hole. Going through jungle, but instead he walks into a bit of a crossfire. I think Bakes might have spotted the barrel of the AWP as he made his way forwards, just wanted to get out of the way, bait the attention by throwing the Molotov, and it's an easy pickup for Flygon. They do take the AWP for the T side this time around as they move up to 5-3, 4 rounds on the bounce, and the money once again for the CT side looking shambolic.
T side on Mirage, once it gets going, once the engine starts building in terms of economy, it will just snowball out of control. The buying power is just cheaper. They can really push considerably more. We have got a technical pause being called because Kiraz has left the server. Trillalero, however, evens the score to 4-4. We'll see how this round goes. Flygon's going to be pushing onto B site. Artini picks up one, swings out of apartments, but gets taken down. This isn't a particularly clean round for the T side. Chris K is looking for more. He's hungry for blood.
He's upgraded the CZ to the one-tap machine, the AK. Throws down a smoke to cut off the approach of the T's, who are still lurking towards the back of apartments. But little do they know, Grant has already made their move all the way through A site, wrapping all the way around. But, oh, the timing might be goated for Chris K as Escade makes his way around the side. He had the headshot angle. He had it lined up perfectly, but the delay. This is the problem. The ping, you've got to hold your angles a little bit wider. He hit that one tap, but he was already gone from that position. And now Grant holding the line down on towards short, where Escade just holding on to the AWP, weighing up options. Do you go for this, or do you just hold on to that all-powerful weapon?
True Pika's advantage here. I think he's got to hold on to it. It's too risky. The cash really isn't with them at this point, and that's going to cause problems moving into the later rounds. 6-3. Not a great scoreline for the CTs, but if they can recover maybe in 1 or 2 rounds, it is still very much doable. They're still within this fight.
We at least get a chance to appreciate some of the lovely skins that we've got. Skeleton Knife Doppler looking extra clean. Blue and red all over that. The AK Vulcan with all the Cloud9 stickers on Grant as well. That's juicy. These guys... Hey, corporate work means you can spend more money on skins, guys. Who'd have thought it?
Oh, of course, of course. Some beautiful skins. Very envious. And also, I don't know if it's got a skin. I hope it has. But is that our first P90 so far in this game?
Uh-oh. Okay, we've got to the point where they figured it out that playing normally is going to be tough. So let's just go full RNG, but another disconnect. Oh no, as Kirads once more has fallen over and can't get back up. But Chris K inflicts the same fate onto a couple of T's. Skade as well. Sends Oslo back to the bank. He's still got 10k, so it won't be a problem. But this firebox angle just not quite working for him.
Huge damage coming out from base. Chris K with a no-scope onto Flygon. It's a tricky situation, but this time in a 2 versus 2. Has some backup. Runs away from the grenade. Almost gets his head exploded by the shrapnel. It's an incredibly tight angle. That's going to be really difficult on this ping. He's got an angle to start pushing up here, and alongside the teammate gives a bit more flexibility. Chris K has been in multiple 1 versus 2s, and unfortunately, it has not materialized for them. However, with 2 players, one can send for jungle. The lineup was there. Chris K just not quite quick enough, or perhaps a little bit delayed on the ping. Lenaroff, it is all up to you, buddy. An M4A1S in hand, a frag grenade towards the CT ramp. Ticket booth is the position. Smoke goes down. Defuse is going to be stuck. 3, 2, 1. Spray through. Artinio picks it up, and that is just, you've got to go for it at that point, right? Honestly.
No real option other than just try and make it stick, see what happens. I think they're still trying to get that pause off. There we go. Dot pause. Someone's played a pop flash server before. So we're going to get a little pause while we try and sort out some of the issues on the side of the EU squad, who have been rolled for several rounds in a row. 6 now at this point, but they've all been relatively close, coming down to maybe like a 1v2 towards the end. This time it did almost seem like Lenaroff just had the information, tossed out that Molotov, got the first kill, but just holding the angle through the smoke. Martini's not going to fall victim to a ninja defuse at this level.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. The setup, the plant, everything, the position in the post plant is deliberate, just to try and dissuade. If they do go for that defuse, it locks you into this 50-50 situation. You know where they're going to stand. Yeah, it's unless the defender makes a mistake there, they get that kill all day. There is nothing they can do. So we are going to carry on with this pause just briefly while we try and get Kirads back into the game. But 3-7 Mirage, it's not ideal, but it's not impossible. This, especially on this ping, this map is going to be decided. It's just the case. And we've seen it already with some of the swings so far. I think everyone here must be a Ferrari fan, because the peaking, the Ferrari just drive-bys we've seen have been absolutely insane with these AK-47s on T-side.
Just got to adapt to the situation, and the situation is move quick, and you're very, very hard to hit. Jalolero will be committing to that kind of mindset with the P90 purchase, but we've seen quite a few SMGs already in play. Chris K has been hitting a few shots with the AWP. He's got the chance to do so again, as they can finally afford to get him another one, actually with a helmet this time, and a little bit of utility to buy him some space, back him up. But it's been what started off looking pretty good for the CT side, quickly devolved into getting ran over multiple times, but they have still been fighting back. They've been putting up a solid scrap. It's just those final sort of 1v1s, 1v2s not going in their favor. If they could just get one big moment, one big clutch to pull through, and they might just about get themselves back in the game.
Speaking of getting back into the game, Kirads appears to be back, so we're going to be jumping right back into it as the players are all ready. And we have seen the force bite. They kind of have to do this at the moment. The loss bonus is max for the CTs, 4 round loss bonus, so they're getting a healthy amount of cash. They've got enough to throw around, buy the AWP, the P90s, this sort of stuff. They just need to absolutely hammer this economy down and maybe play a bit more aggressive, like go for these early picks, because they've been so consistent at these 1-for-1s at the start. But T-side, they love those trades.
There's not much time left in the heart. We're making our way into the 11th round, and already 2 big sprays. Artini through the smoke that was thrown off, finds Escada, but Kirad's sprays straight back through the same smoke as they make their move up short. Gets 2 down through the smoke, and a 3rd contributed as well. The numbers now in favor of the CTs. Lanaroff lurking on the backline. Didn't quite catch Grant Arctic as he made his way through to get the bomb planted on B site. He's got backup from Baked as well. Grenade will just tickle down a little bit of damage, but a big swing as the Molotov was being thrown, and Lanaroff cleans it up. That's what CT's needed. 1 player to step up, pick up the final couple of kills, and they can get themselves back on the board, making it a 4-7. So heading into the final round of the half.
Honestly, such a clutch performance by Lanaroff there. Like, I've just got to shout you out. You're at the bottom of the leaderboard for your team, just struggling to get kills going. You get the weird little smoke play. You then, we saw it. The terrorist just walked straight past them. Hears it, knows it, hides in the smoke, ducks back out, plays the timing, waits for their teammates to come along. Just genuinely beautiful play by Lanaroff, and has brought their team back in this.
They finally got the Bank of Oslo to spend a bit of money. There was a Mac 10 purchased earlier on, but it was quickly upgraded to an AK as they realized this is their final opportunity. P90 back in action again on the opposing side. Just looking for fast, aggressive moves, but it will be towards the A site. There's a little bit of a setup. The bomb is over in the hands of Bakes, throwing out smoke grenades to try and cut off angles towards jungle, but it's a dry peek from Oslo to Pig. Will catch Kirads this time, but P90 from across the map from Chalalero. That's all the way from short onto the A site, and he gets a second as Grant Arctic tries to get the peek around, but the P90 on ping like this is just going to be a little bit better.
Of course, absolutely. The just flurry of bullets that are going down range, and especially because a lot of these M4s are starting to pick off a few bits of damage here and there, not quite getting the headshots. P90 comes in, sweeps them all up, and that'll be another round for the CTs. 5-7 is a very, very respectable scoreline at this point in the game. That was a great recovery by the CT side, and now going to T side. I mean, a pistol round into a force buy with Mac 10s. We could be seeing a 7-7 scoreline very, very soon.
I think Susie wants to see it.
Yeah,
absolutely. In the background. Hey, let's even up the score. Let's go 7-7 and make this a really interesting map 1 pick. This was the map pick of one of the teams. I believe it's our American teams, Epic CS, that made this map pick because it was Bechtel that started off on the CT side. Now having switched, they're on T side. So round disadvantage, but momentum is on their side because you can go a full swing into these corners, take the peaks, and it's an interesting strat because there's literally nobody on A site. They've gone fully for a retake. They want to take full use of the peeker's advantage. They don't want to be holding angles, and Bakes catches Kirads off with a cheeky little peek.
4 and 5. But a lot of ground to retake. And actually, we've seen this post plant set up into CT, which allows Chalalero to get that headshot. Lanaroff follows in with a second one, and they're looking for the third. There's over towards jungle through murder, but again tapped out. But Oslo is going absolutely nuts on site, and he's now turned it around. But no, Chalalero is popping off. And here we're into a 1v1. Flygon flying through towards the enemy. But Chalalero is going to back off, play with their food, play with the time, and absolutely unreal by Chalalero. Triple kill in the round. 87 ADR, doing a fantastic job.
It's just the greatest little 1v1 between Lanaroff and Bake, standing about 2 meters apart from each other, wiggling, and neither of them can adjust quickly enough to hit the shot. There's like the final bullet for Lanaroff that got the job done. No one really slacking too far behind on the damage dealt. Still keeping up in terms of, you know, getting those tags in across the board, but it is difficult to get the final nail in the coffin. But maybe not if you bring 5 Mac 10s. And it looks like we're committing to a full send B rush. Flygon has got to have his eyes open, keep his wits about him. If he spots anything with these jump peaks, there's one. Here's the Mac 10 shots. He's going to need to back away quickly.
and this is exactly what I called in pre-production. I said we will see a full 5-man MAC-10 rush onto B site. Surely at one point we've seen 2 kills. Gonna get any more? There's a third as well for their money. Lenaroff pushes forward with Trillero going down. Grantartic starting to push their way up. Gets 2 for the money. There's 1 left, and this round is done and dusted. We've seen the conversion. We're through to 7-7.
Valiant setup. Good attempt to hold Grantarctic, getting a couple of kills on the board, but just overpowered and outgunned by the MAC-10s. Just the sheer velocity and volume of bullets flying down towards them. Not much that they can do, and the movement as well. The ability to go for sort of jump shots, and you're kind of hoping for an RNG headshot, but it's way harder to track you through the air when doing it. Now we have an auto shotgun, so we're really pulling out all the stops to make this maybe one of the most insane matches of Mirage that's ever been played in a competitive setting.
100%. But even with that setup in the weapons, they know that there's a force buy on CT. This is what I love. It's ridiculous weaponry, right? Like, this is, like you said, we don't usually see things like this, but they're still playing it technically quite well. Going, okay, we're not going to quite rush in. They're ready for this. They've got the firepower. We're going to identify which site is weakest. They've identified it as B, but Flygon is holding on strong. The auto shot, he takes his head off, but not before one goes down. The M4A4 at range brings down another. The CT keeping it even. The bomb has not gone down. That is the key factor, but Chris K is keeping the T's in this, and we're only 1 minute into the round, Rick.
There's the damage dealt by Flygon, the grenades as well. As soon as he spotted it out, forced them off the angle. Molotovs and frag grenades. 30 HP left on Kirads. He's not around the side. Chris K hears the gunshots, but he just can't react quickly enough. Artini is already behind, and we've turned what was a 3 versus 2 back in their favor. Artini with the 4K into the final couple bullets into the legs of Tralolero, lurking behind the white van, and gets the defuse as well. Well-deserved MVP for that round for Artini.
Honestly, the T's had so many things come their way in that round, and still Artini just full sent it. The bomb almost got denied, was a millisecond out from getting denied in the plant, and then on the retake, you've got so many T's in the post-plant positions with good weaponry, but it's still not enough. CTs do a fantastic job on the retake. But is that a certain bipodded weapon I see on the T side?
It sure is. It sure is. Who else but Kirads holding the Negev? If we're talking about velocity and volume of bullets, there's nothing better.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a big brain play from Escada, as he once stood behind Tabsum in Berlin while Big Plan was doing a training session. So maybe this is a strat he picked up from them at that moment in time. But Kirads is just making sure that no CTs are going to be taking any peeks, because any possible corner on the map is getting pre-fired with 1 billion bullets per second.
CTs know that this is going. Trillolero, though, picks up the first. These smokes are really starting to slow down the game. This reply for the CTs and the 1-to-1. Bakes, putting them in good standing as we hit the halfway point in the round. So much of this utility, these Molotovs, these smokes, yes, the T's are getting mid-control, but the CTs don't have to push up. They are really happy to play the time game. And into ladder, Oslo swings out, looks for 2, but it's not enough. The Negev claims its first victim, not quite in the style we thought it might do. But again, the 1-for-1 trades, and interestingly enough, because the time is running low, these trades work out far better for the CTs. That MP9, though, on pillars could cause an absolute thorn in the side of the T side.
He's got a bit of a gap in the smoke as well. Kirads hasn't committed to making the push this far, but he comes around. No, the timing is insane. He was holding the exact angle, turns around, maybe heard a step coming through the apartments, but turns his back, and Kirads picks it up for free. Does get traded by Artini, but it's back and forth all the way through, and Lenaroff will be the final nail in the coffin. It's 8-8 once again. He picks up the AWP, holding down the push, coming in from short. 8-8, and the strategies coming out from T-side are getting a little bit cooked, but they're working. They're keeping themselves in the balance as well. Oh, it's a tight game. It really is.
It's working, but again, I've got to shout out. Lenorov has been so clutch for this team this game, and has really won them at least 2 rounds, at least so far, and that would be putting them in a very different position if it had gone the other way. But this is looking like an absolute stump, and of course, it's barely a buy for the CT side. This might be the first clean sweep. There we go. 1 on 5. Can they pick up anything in reply? The Desert Eagle for Oslo is going wide. This is incredibly difficult, but there's one. So it's not a clean sweep, not quite the ace. Chris K takes him down. It's 9-8.
Clean sweep denied, but the round goes in favor of T-side, and that is the EU squads. Not their map pick, but they're coming out ahead for the time being. It's very difficult when your economy starts to get a bit tight on the CT side to find enough space to pick up not only the weapons but the utility that you really need to buy yourself time, and it's so important when we're playing in a server like this. I mean, some of the biggest wins that came when we were in the first half of this map was 3 kills with utility at the start of the round as teams tried to make the push up towards ramp, and that's once again where they're going to be hit, as the CTs can do nothing, as just a flood of Ts walk out onto the A site. 3 swift kills, and this round is pretty much over before it began, but Bakes has something to say about it.
Yeah, Bakes has straight been cooking on this A site. Even with Chris K, he's been quite quiet for the longest time. Taking that AWP on T side is a bold choice, so to say, but he's making it work. They cleared out B site. They're going to send the bomb over towards it, but Oslo is on the flank. The M4A1S, and that's the bomb down. That is utterly huge, and that is going to totally turn this round on its head. This is CT's round all day. Bates coming in from behind. Chris K doesn't know he's there. Into the kitchen he goes, and he sends him down into the bin. Bates is picking up Chris K from behind, and it's Escade in a 1 versus 2.
Now Oslo, not seeing anyone ahead of him, seeing the bomb is still down, might start to identify there's one behind. He does turn around, he does pick it up. It was close, but my god, the timing for Oslo as he went into the underpass. He heard the steps above. There was a cheeky little peek, a quick check to see if anyone was lurking on the staircase that came literally a second before he walked out. If he was any quicker on making that push through underpass, he would have been found out and there would have been a response, but he got the timing so perfect to hear the steps lurking through the back line, and once again we're tied up. A big win for the CTs as well, getting them the opportunity to keep some weapons, build that economy back up, and they're going up against Mac 10s, Tech 9s, and a single AK. They're going to try and commit to a push. It's once again a side that's looking to be hit.
We talked about economy being hard for the CTs, but the Ts really in an uncomfortable situation. Realistically, whoever loses this is going to be on the back foot for the next round, and we should essentially be close to match point at that point, or at least 1 round off of it. So this is kind of must win for one of the teams. The P90 on the stairs is spraying down, but it's the M4A1S that picks up one. Kirad's first to fall, but Ts have taken the site. Smokes in jungle, pushing the CTs back. The stairs position has to get picked off. The jumping Tech 9 headshot. Escape swings around the corner. Pika's advantage. And there we go. The site is taken over, but there's more CTs to come. Escape is really putting in a hefty shift here. But Bates is the one that's cooking. A 1 versus 3 is not enough. Chris K takes them down, and that will be the T's taking the round, and the CT economy is fractured.
Well, that Bechtel gaming community coming together once again. I mean, it's a big organization, big Bechtel, one of the largest IT solutions providers in Germany, 70 locations, and the players are sort of combined from all across them as they put together a little gaming community. They play CS every Monday, but dang, it's no longer Monday. We're out here on weekends, and they're still putting in shifts. They're putting in the overtime. Chris K, maybe if he wasn't playing on such high ping, he might have hit that shot, as there was a risky peek around the side, but Kirad's ping or not just opens it up with 2 quick headshots and a third from Trellalero as well. And this is looking like game over for Flygon.
1 versus... Oh, okay, picked up 1. We're still not going to see a totally clean round at any point, I think. I think that's going to be the message of this entire series. But we're now to 11 rounds to 9. We're very close. CT's had to basically full eco there, otherwise they will not get a close to full buy, and they're choosing to commit now. If they lose this, T's are going to be on 12 to 9, and they're going to have no money whatsoever to speak of. This kind of is it for the CT side. They have to win this.
Irad's not going to let Arteni be the only one to pick up a 4K, as he's got one as well, and it's a crucial round for them to have picked up. One more win puts this to a minimum of overtime for the T side, but Grant will do what he can to try and stem the bleeding. Gets one opening knock, and they're going to need to continue to build on that. They've right now got the T side forced all the way back towards the top side of mid, where they're being held by an MP9. A quick little trade, and he's re-peeking into 3 players, but he's fine to do it because his ping is so high. But the AKs land the shots, and now not getting that kill, and the Skade getting another as well opens up a door. B site is vulnerable, and the CTs need to answer.
Oslo, that was so unfortunate, just not quite materializing. The Molotov not reaching the corner, which means Ardini can swing out, and that's a 3-on-3 at the halfway mark. Smokes go around pillars. Escade has taken B site, but there is a player in kitchen who's pushed all the way out. CT's going incredibly aggressive now, trying to get that map control, but it doesn't quite convert. And Ardini going down is a huge, huge loss for the CT side. It's getting from bad to worse. Lenaroff keeping it out of the kitchen, and now Grant Arctic, the last player alive on the CT, no money whatsoever to speak of, has to 1 versus 3. It's not going to materialize at range. That is the T side on 12-9. One more round and they take the first map.
And they've got enough money to buy every single round, even if they lose now. All they need is 1 round and it's over. Needs to be 3 in a row for the CTs. And of course, that means it's time for Bakes to get back in the kitchen and whip up a quick little Negev so he can try and hold the line, use the strats of Tralala against them, and see whether or not he's able to get anything over the line to keep his team in their own map pick. Mirage. A flashbang, though, completely blinds Lenaroff, but still somehow Artini can't land the shots. Lenaroff going for taps as well to try and follow up, looking for a second. Mid control, not going the way that CTs needed it to go, but a P90 will at least buy them a little more time. They force the T's backs against corner once again, but it's on the A site, and they've already got the bomb down. The Negev now spamming through every box in sight.
Spraying on through Flygon. He jumps over to Tetris, pushing on the site though. But in sandwich, Chalolero is waiting. Can't quite convert. It's a 1 versus 1. The bomb is down. This is surely going to be it. Kriske is playing with their food. Just has to wait to hear that also familiar defuse sound. Is there enough time? I don't know if there is. Grantatic doesn't have a kit. 5 seconds remaining. I think they might just have it.
It's so tight.
It's tight.
Oh, he got it!
Oh my lord! There we go. CTs. That was a. If there was any round to, I mean, I keep saying they're must-win rounds. It literally is must-win round. They are at match point. They have to win this. Repeat. You said 3 in a row, and this might just be enough to keep them in it and keep it going to overtime. They've got to hope for it.
Sorry, Lenaroff. The title of Clutchmeister has been stolen away from you at the final 0.5 seconds to get that defuse. Keeps his team alive with a 4K as well to go alongside. And that was essentially a retake. Once they'd taken that fight down mid, there was a full T-side control of the A site. But as we've already seen, retakes means that you have Pika's advantage coming back into the site. The T's looking to hold down the spot. You know what's crazy is like, getting a 0.5 second defuse on basically 0.3 seconds of ping is insane. Like, oh man, if you lose that because of ping, you're upset. But they didn't, but they do lose him, as this has immediately been taken back down to a 5 versus 4. Numbers advantage once again for the T side, who have the economy advantage as well, and a horrible little angle, but not the perfect weapon to take use of it, as Artini taken down to 16, but survived the onslaught of MP5 shots.
Oh, and there we go. An absolute killing gallery from the CTs. That's the 3rd one, looking for the 4th. But Kriske is in underpass, causing problems for the CTs that are trying to rotate through and capitalize on it. Flygod's now wondering, where are these shots coming from? The call to underpass is made. They know where that player is, but B site is open. The issue is the bomb. It's left out in the open. The CTs know this. With 30 seconds left on the clock, they've just got to camp it. But the health bars are so low.
Flygon can literally see an M4 in front of him, but didn't want to give the sound cue away. But regardless, doesn't get the better as he peeks around towards short, and then Trellalero peeks into him. And as we know, if you're peeking into an opposition, you have the advantage. It's just the reaction's not there in time. 16 HP now needs to be taken out, and the win will go the side of Bechtel, but they missed the positioning of Bakes. He's lurking in the corner. He takes the peek, but it's a one-tap to finish it off. A 200 ping one-tap. We love to see it. A huge, huge win. And it's a big pickup at the end, as well as Trellalero gets the final kill on Mirage. A 13-10 victory for the EU squad. And that's going to mix things up as we're heading into their map pick on map number 2 of Dust 2.
Fantastic job. Absolutely fantastic job. I've got to give my MVP over to Lenarov. You just, there's too many clutch rounds there. I know we said it got taken off, but I can't take that away from you, man. Like, it was just such a good display and ability, and really pulling through. Trellalero, honorable mention, over 100 ADR. Unreal, you know, that's a lot of damage output. That's a lot of damage. I love how different the halves were as well, because especially just briefly on that scoreboard you saw, on the first half it was like, okay, a little bit of CT wins and then just full T side for ages, build up that economy, get that rolling. The issue came on that CT side on the flip in the second half was this just little bit, there's a bit of hope, and then T's are going to win a couple of more rounds. And it just means the economy doesn't settle. You don't build up that loss bonus. You can't really build up that bank, the Bank of Oslo that we saw previously. And it means that they can't buy their way through the losses. It ends up being scrappy. It ends up being dirty. You're relying on saves for previous rounds. And yeah, there's probably an AK that was bought about 5 rounds prior that just kept swapping hands throughout the last few rounds.
Well, it's a big performance again for the Bechtel CS squad, particularly Trellalero with overall well over 100 ADR, 21 kills. And this is all from a fella who tore his ankle during a marathon quite recently, last week, and says that he hasn't really been able to sleep ever since. So maybe that is the true gamer source of just injure yourself, make sure you don't get any sleep, and then you can just hit headshots regardless of the ping to round out map number 1 of Mirage. A big win for One Bechtel. And unfortunately for Epic CS, they are down. And if they win the next map, we go to our RNG random dice roll pick of what map 3 will be. They have managed to take 1 ban each, and I believe the bans were Ancient and Anubis. So if this does go to a map 3, there'll be several others to choose who to pick from. But first of all, Dust 2 is the opportunity to close it out and send One Bechtel straight through to the finals, where we will face up against whoever wins our second semi-final, which will come later on today. But they've got to get there first.
Dust 2 is going to be an interesting one. Historically, it changed. Wait, I was about to say a bold statement like it used to be T-sided. It swapped a lot through different iterations of Counter-Strike, but generally, rule of thumbs, because of how widespread the map is, you just run it down a site with T's and you probably overwhelm them. However, economy is the aim of the game. If you can get those AWP setups on that nice long angle or into mid or towards tunnels, you can pretty much just control the entire game. And from there on out, there is no answer for T's. You've got to use the utility. If you don't know the setups, you're going to struggle.
Yeah, it's definitely important having all the lineups for the utility, especially we saw early on when Bechtel was getting their wins in the early start of the CT half, where they picked up the first 3 and then it kind of fell apart a little bit. But when they were getting their wins, it's not only when they had the money to afford the weapons, but the utility as well. There was a round coming out from ramp where Molotovs and grenades got 3 kills before they even saw a player on their screens. And it's that kind of thing that when everyone, you can be fairly confident when we're in a kind of a format like this, is probably running at you with a MAC-10 or a P90 or an auto shotgun. Just taking half of their HP away from them before they're even on your screen is always going to be a big benefit for them.
Yeah, some of the kills we saw were partly because of the damage, like you said, done earlier in the round, where the SMGs aren't finding the headshots, but they are taking off about 50, 60, 70 HP. And then just a couple AK shots, or maybe even one, just seems to work. And that really can be the difference maker at the later point in rounds. A lot of the time, we actually saw the SMGs come out, do a bit of damage, And then once they get the kill, they then swap out for the AK. They swap out for the M4 for the higher power, the high caliber weaponry. Just because, one, you can get the headshots, but also that chip damage, it will come to benefit them later into the round. We will be getting into the second game very, very soon. But sort of a big bar for the American side. They have to sort of reset themselves and then climb back up. We had quite lofty expectations for them, and the ping differential and the what they were struggling with, it does seem to be difficult for them.
We're having a quick look around to see which servers might be better to sort of alleviate some of the issues. It seems that the plan was to use one certain server, which wasn't available on the list of servers, so we've had to go with what was seemingly the next best option. And we're shopping around a little bit to see what we can do for map number 2. So the players are all in their lobby, ready to get going once again as soon as we can figure that out. But man, that was a pretty insane game. Game number 1, we saw just about everything. We saw like the initial attempt at playing what we would call maybe a regular strategy. You know, you send your AWPer out, it gets a couple of picks. It's not too bad. And then it devolves into what is essentially like a Gold Nova 2 Mac 10 fest where everyone's force buying every round because they have no real other choice. Because it's kind of the best way to try and confirm a win on this. So they're going to give it their best shot. And we're going to try and get ourselves into Dust 2 as quickly as possible, where, oh man, those Mac 10 rushes on Dust 2, I don't think they're going to be quite as potent, honestly. There's not really anywhere sort of like on Mirage where you can just sort of sprint out like you can in apps on Mirage. Maybe if the CTs are trying to aggressively hold at long or B tunnels. But other than that, they can kind of sit back and hold long-range angles where those Mac 10s aren't going to be quite as efficient.
Yeah, I can see certainly some further sort of playing positions. So like looking at B all the way at the back of site, long-range angles, and SMG really isn't going to do anything from that range. Through mid, you've got to be careful of the under tunnel rush and then through the doors just past Xbox, or the jump up into short into A. Long is going to be very, very difficult for them to take, purely because you can sit all the way back at barrels and goose and there's not much you can do. So there is this sort of risk element of the SMG rushes not working. However, they have been able to get AKs to work. It's been tapping a lot at range and it hasn't been brilliant. However, it does seem to work some of the time. So if you get the T's to swing out of pit and you don't have an AWP into pit from long doors, and you don't have an AWP there ready to hold down long, then you're just going to be tapping at range, and the AK is probably going to win that, right? So it does present this interesting thing of maybe the rushes don't work as much because CTs can hold back, but where do they fall back from there if they lose that side, right? The retake is going to be so much harder.
Just make sure you've got an AUG in your inventory. Just become a turret. Become one with the car. Become one with the barrels on Goose, and just simply stay where you are. Just try and track heads the best you can. That's always the benefit you're gonna have with the AKs. Is if it's tough to hit these one taps at range, at least with an AK you only need to do it once. With the M4, silenced or not, a headshot isn't going to be enough to get that one tap that you're going to be looking for when it comes to pushing these long range angles. And again, maybe we will start to see AWPs creep back in on Dust 2, but just because purely of those long line of sights that you can constantly be having. Or maybe we'll start seeing some weird stuff like auto shotguns down at the far end of long in the pit. Who knows? Who knows what these guys will have in store for us? They've got they've pulled out their gamer brains for map number 1 to really switch things up as much as possible. And we have figured out which server we're going to be heading into, and hopefully it will be a crispier experience for all of them, which is going to basically nullify 90% of what we just said about high ping. So we'll see. We'll see whether or not this goes. But Dust 2 coming up very shortly, as both of these teams will be looking to round this out. For the NA representatives, they're going to be looking to push this to a map 3. But for the EU team, this is their ticket to the finals. All they got to do is get the dub.
Get that dub. now, with going into Dublin, so I'm trying to think of like rough pings. I think for America, it's probably maybe like 90, sitting at 100.
Mm.
For the European team, between 50, 60, 70, like kind of depending on the internet connection. So it should end up being ping differential at least being lower for everybody. Still, I would say a very slight advantage over towards the European side, just for geographically being a little bit closer to our friends over the pond. But it should balance things out.
Yeah, unfortunately, Atlantis doesn't exist anymore. They had to sort of sink that one for geological purposes. So we can't use the servers that used to be there back in the day. Unfortunate, because 1.6 on Atlantis servers was a great time for Counter-Strike. But unfortunate that we are going to have to make do with the best that we've got. But hopefully it should be a little bit nicer for the players than playing on 200 to 300 ping like they were in the previous game. But it at least gave us some insight into how these players adapt their strategies to basically things that they've never had the let's call it pleasure of playing in that kind of situation scenario before. But I pulled out some crazy stuff, some crazy clutches, 1v4s, 4Ks, last second diffuses. It kind of had it all regardless, but this time we're hoping that it has all of that and a little bit more cleanliness when it comes to hitting those one taps.
I mean, yeah, cleanliness, we'll see. I have a feeling that we could well see some more of these SMG rushes that could come through. It's a difficult situation when, like we said, economy gets going, but you can sort of start pushing forwards even further with the economy buys once the T side gets going.
Mr. Production, check Discord.
There we go. Just trying to fix something on our end. There we go. So we should be getting into this game soon. But yes, building up that economy is the most important thing. So even with the SMG force buys that we might see, yes, they're very good for picking up kills. However, if they don't materialize, and we have seen that with CS, it can be a little bit difficult at points, especially on Dust 2 specifically. However, what that means is if it starts falling apart, then the follow-up rounds get more and more difficult. But we're looking to get back into game. We have 9 players into Dust 2, our second game of the series, this semi-final, and it should be a good one.
We were a little bit off on our predictions for where the ping might be. NA players are a little bit higher than what we anticipated. But, they're just digging each other down mid just to give it a shot. It's going to be roughly half of what they were playing on the previous game. So it will at least... What we've basically done is we've thrown them into an ice-cold bath so that when they get into the lukewarm tepid bath, it feels a lot nicer. So game number 1 was like this is really bad, horrible, nasty ping. So 120-ish doesn't feel quite so terrible when they're playing on that. On Dust 2, where you are going to need to have those quick reactions, because it's not all too uncommon to have AWPs trained on those mid doors. Anyone trying to make a jump shot across, that extra difference of 60 to 80 ping could be the difference between landing that shot or not, getting that early game pick. But we're in play, all 10 players on the server. Knife round to go, but we've already decided the sides, so we'll get a little bit of team stabbing most likely here before we get the map well and truly underway.
Yep. Running out into mid. Early pushes all the way through and backing off. Getting that information, going, okay, we haven't seen any cross. We know it's probably going to go towards A. Early rotation through for the CTs as well, because the retake's so difficult. Control within mid. This is really, really nicely done. First one for Bakes, and that's one ticked off. T's are now going to have to get forced into action. It's only 30 seconds around, but B tunnels coming in from under. Artini picks up 2 for their money, and that is a significant swing over towards the CT side. Still half the round left to go. The T's in a very, very treacherous position, and the cross is again being checked off. Oslo's got this angle on lock, and honestly, this is a total shutout for the T side. The CTs are firmly in control.
It's the big problem. They managed to push themselves up, get a couple of kills towards the mid doors, but they couldn't push through the doors. They had to go back through the tunnel, so the CT's rotation was nice, clean, easy, quick to get to, and way faster than the rotation that the T's were able to make towards B site. Didn't have a smoke grenade to cut off that angle, or to at least add a bit of a pause, a bit of hesitation onto the CTs as they push through CT spawn. So Bakes with 2 big kills, 100% headshot ratio for every single kill that came from the CTs in the previous round. Love to see it, but we also love to see a full send Mac 10 rush just getting shut down with an MP9 through the smoke.
Oh, and it is absolute murder fest here. A 1-on-4 left to play. This feels like a repeat from the last round. This seems nigh impossible for the T's to find that entrance. So this time, they had the setup. They threw the grenades. They threw the utility. Through the fire and the flames. They did not come out victorious. It is a 4-4-1 on the CT side. This is a great start for the CTs to start setting up that economy.
Yeah, Bakes almost went down. 6 HP was the difference, but the little jump peak over the side did just catch the last T off guard. And just about enough to get that final hit in before one more Mac 10 bullet came through and caused problems. Artini again with a 3K, holding the back line on B side with the M4, just spraying through that smoke as all the Mac 10s came flying through. No more SMGs committed. A couple of Deagles in play for the T side. P90s looking for picks at long range, but a big chunk of damage already taken down. As Escade just trying to find anything through that smoke up mid, instead has to fall back.
There's so many defensive positions that can be played by the CTs. Still going for the aggressive peaks. Doesn't work out for Oslo, but there is that reply, and that is what is important. More so than on Mirage because of the rotations. The CTs have to be careful with overextending. And he's going to retreat out of tunnels back towards mid. Rotate towards B, spread out across the map, work out where the T's are going. This is where Dust 2 it's all about those mind games. It's all about the mind games. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to push? And not revealing any information means that the CTs have to spread out. The problem is for the T's, they've got nothing to use. There's no utility for them to force their way through into that solitary player who can just spray them down with an M4 or, Flygun's case, an MP9.
And having no control on mid means that wherever they do commit to grouping their numbers up and force their way through, like that with a big Deeg headshot from Lenorov, but look at how quickly the rotations can come in. They already have one setup on the back end of A site, and already Bakes has sprinted his way through CT, and he's waiting for that peak. Lenorov cannot get the repeat on the one Deeg. Bakes is just waiting there, lurking. He turned his back again, but somehow gets the spray around the corner. Escade just gets hit with a bending bullet that somehow picks him off. And they're going to make their way all the way down long. It's all in the hands of Chris K and his P250.
Wow. An M4A1S, and we talked about skins. This is one of the most beautiful M4A1S skins, in my opinion. Icarus Fail, my personal favorite. Sprayed through the box. The head gets taken off, and Chris K goes to an early grave.
That's crazy. He was pre-firing in case anyone came around the side, and those bullets was like, oh, there's a guy there. Just shot the box straight through. And what looked like it would have been, it would have been nice for Chris K to be able to hold on to that weapon. That would have basically given them a full buy. But the fact that he died after the timer expired means he walks into this round with nothing but a smoke and a Glock. Oh, no way. That is rough. It's unlikely we're going to see a turnaround now based on that alone, unless somebody can step up big, but already a chunk of damage dealt as 35 HP taken away from Trellalero pushing up towards long.
AWP to hold the mid angle. Grand Arctic swinging out of Catwalk on a short. It's just causing more and more issues for the T side. This is not looking good. This is an incredibly different feeling game from Mirage. Both teams feel a lot more measured. We're not seeing this sort of silly meme-like buys. And they're having to push each other quite hard. But the smokes, the utility is holding the T's at bay. And that means despite all the sprays going down, finally something materializes. And so the T's have that man equalization in terms of manpower. And there's the call to swing out onto A-Long as they start pushing around. Flash goes around the corner, and here Trellalero goes. The swing out from the CT as well. Gets picked off Artini. Another one up ahead. Chris K takes them down, and that should be the sight.
The smoke did leave a massive gap, but the flashbang does enough just to delay the push from coming through long enough. Bates can't land the shot with the AWP. The tags looking to come down through middle, but straight down through CT. They hop off the site. They catch Bakes before he can get to safety. And a big round picked up. Maybe it was unlikely for them to pick it up with only having 4 weapons into the round, but they get it over the line regardless. A huge, huge couple of kills picked up as they finally force their way through long, get the bomb down, and get a round on the board.
And because of how scrappy that third round was, the one that they lost, it means that the CT economy is pretty hampered. He's not in a great position. They're going to go aggressive over to mid. They're caught off guard. The 5-7s coming through for one. Then a second, followed up by Bakes. A rush through long for Chris K. He's got them all lined up. It's like shooting them in a barrel. Easy pickings, but it's a 2-on-1. And the T's have come out with the advantage. Oh, sorry, the CTs have come out with the advantage. An AWP picked up an MP9 as well. And they can back off.
Have they really come out with the advantage? Because, like you say, it's Lenaroff who's alive, and it's a 1v2.
That is true.
So
that is very true.
I'd say maybe they've evened up the score a little bit. Oh, he does get the timing. Artini picking up weapons in between the long doors. Gets completely caught out. Was not ready for the repeak. Lenaroff has a smoke grenade. He has the bomb in hand. This could go in any direction. Oslo the Pig currently sitting under elevator spot, but watching CT. Lenaroff is about to make his move out onto short. He's going to get the first initial peek on the engagement. Oslo doesn't have any armor, so the hit, the aim punch just makes it impossible for him to fight back in a quick repeak. And like we said, Lenaroff's the clutch king.
And in those situations, it's a 50-50 on what bomb site to go to, and the same thing for the CTs about defending. There was so much time, and because Lenaroff didn't know where that player had gone, there's total possibility that the player could have rotated through over to B in the time between the 2 kills beforehand. So Lenaroff has to make a decision. Okay, do I 50-50 it? Do I force it on? Choose to force A. It goes down fantastically. However, Oslo gets that first with that AWP, but Lenaroff is just taking everything at the moment. 3 kills in quick succession. It's a flurry. The CTs have been shut down, and Lenaroff is hungry for blood.
I was watching Oslo the Pig's POV right there. He missed the first shot. Lenaroff picks him off. I thought that was impressive, but then 2 more. But he is eventually shut down. Bakes holding the angle on Carr. Gets a long-range shot down towards CT. A headshot as well.
No
Catches
way.
the second. 1 HP for Chris. Just about makes it behind the corner to safety. Does not have the bomb, though. And Bakes might just turn this around with a huge 1 versus 4. 1 HP, gets the angle. He doesn't have a grenade. If he had a frag, this could be all over. But he's going to have to try and chase it down. Chris K, if he can hold the angle, this could be a huge swinging round early into the first half.
Chris K, just a genius decision to sort of go for the repeak on mid. They know that Bakes isn't going to expect it, but unfortunately, shot goes wide. It misses. And here's the 50-50 gamble. I don't think Bakes knew, because of the angle of the catwalk, where the bomb was. So it has assumed that Chris K has the bomb, has rotated over to B, but Chris knows the bomb isn't on him. It's over on catwalk. Rotates over to A, can get the bomb, can plant. Now Bakes is on B side, on the opposite side of the map. There's only 10 seconds, but Chris K is psyching himself out because they think that Bakes is over near the bomb camping it and knows where it is. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Is there enough time to plant? It is going to be right down to the Y. Just goes off with 1 second to spare. 1 HP, an AWP, and a dream. Bakes is on the reply, but he's looking in the wrong direction. Chris K comes out and clutches the round and saves Lenaroff for that MVP that he so deserved.
Bakes had a smoke, man, and Chris was 1 HP. I'm just saying it could have happened. It could have happened. He could have had that round end in the most hilarious way possible, but no, just trying to make his way over. Bakes he took the wrong gamble. Like you say, it's kind of a 50-50, but not having the information on where the bomb was dropped, maybe that's a bit of a communication issue. Maybe someone might have noticed it drop earlier on, or just too much pressure from all the sprays. But Flygon's angle now could be a huge one. It is! He's hopped up on top of the B boxes, gets 2 as they come sprinting out onto the B site, slows down the push long enough for support to come in. Molotovs will force the CTs off the angles, though, and it's evened up as Kiraz gets 1 through the smoke.
Lenerov taking off the shoulder of their teammate. Oslo gets another one through the smoke as well. So often huge amounts of lead going down range. And Chris K and Lenerov holding strong. Bomb is going to now go down, push down. Oslo wants to take names, take heads, but it's not enough. The MP9 shots go wide. Chris K materializes another round. And this time, the lead has swung the way of the Europeans.
Who needs a skate on the team anyway? What do you mean 0-7? Why bother getting kills? All he has to do is IGL and put Lenerov in a position to click on heads because he's got 1,200 damage in 7 rounds, which is absolutely nuts. And now Chris K with the AWP, he might just about be prepared for this push, but they're hugging the side of the wall. They made their way all the way up. Bakes is up here with an MP9, but the footsteps give away the game. Artini was there in support. Does get one down, but it's traded. Now numbers advantage back in T's. Up against 3 Desert Eagles trying to hold the line. It's going to slow things down for now.
Slowing things down is the correct play, but Oslo then swings around from the other angle. As soon as the T's come in towards a brick wall of CTs or a brick wall of Deagles on the CTs, they then have to back off and they fall into the waiting arms. Getting a little bit too aggressive though, Grantartic will get punished. Trolero can start finding the entrance, and that's given them a way in towards long. They get pit control. There is a player over towards the car with the Desert Eagle. Flygon swings out, but it's not enough to materialize anything. Oslo with a beautiful 1D looks for the other one, but has to back off. 14 HP, jumps up onto Cat, but retreating onto the site. This is going to be a tough ask, and what a fantastic player. This is going to be difficult.
Chris spotted him. He got up onto the car, saw him disappear behind those boxes. They know exactly where he is. He almost gets a terrible timing because he just second guesses himself, checks down on elevator, and Oslo almost peeked out at the exact right time. But Chris, he had the information. He trusted his gut. And they do manage to pick up a 5th round now. And if they can continue on this trajectory, this path, get the W on Dust 2. That's straight to the finals for them. So we need to start seeing an answer from the Epic CS squad.
In this T-side team, in this specific match, they need 1 round where they don't lose that many people. But maybe I spoke too soon. It's a 1-4 trade, carrying on pushing out into sight. It is again just a flurry back and forth. We're getting a checkerboard pattern in the kill feed. And now Artini up for the retake. Bomb goes down. 3-on-3. Molotov's going out, but he's already in the window spraying through, but it's not enough to connect. And this has paused the CTs on that retake. They've all grouped up now. They swing out from mid from Chalero, trying to go for the spray. But again, it is still a 1-for-1 trade. More utility getting thrown out. These teams are putting so much emphasis on this, and it's just ticking it off. The players Lenerov burns to death. Is left on a 1 versus 1. And this is all for it. Chris K does not lose those. This man has been rock solid for the last 5 rounds.
Oh, man. That was so damn close. Lenerov burning himself to a crisp just to bring the tension up another notch, leaving it down to a 1 versus 1. But Artini cannot get that final couple of shots required. I think what we really need to see out of the CT side is a little more preventative utility used early on, because this B rush that has hit them so many times back to back has been so potent, but they've come up with their own answer for it, and that's just to send 2 through the underpass. But they're immediately picked off. 2-for-1 trade. They do get the smoke up, but Grant can't get any angles through the smoke. There's a lot of damage dealt, though. 2 players with a combined 32 HP, but numbers advantage still in favor of the T's. And Lenerov gets another pick as he creeps his way up Cat. That opens a doorway. And now they just need to make this treacherous mid-cross, but Grant isn't holding the angle. Lenerov got another one as well.
This is a full-on kitchen nightmare for the CTs, getting absolutely rolled on that B site. The spray was there. So much damage was done. Look at the health bars. Just 1 bullet away, but it wasn't quite enough. Chalero has the cross. This is it. The pre-fire as well as soon as he sees the barrel. That is a shutdown for the terrorists. And the CTs looking very worse for wear. That economy is not in a good state. We're going to probably... Oh, no, we're seeing the force buy. I was going to say, are we going to see a half buy?
That's
and
a swift
full buy
undo.
to last round. Oh, that is an undo. Okay, we're going to see the half buy down to about 2k to get at least a guaranteed full force buy for the last round of the half.
Yeah, that's really been the problem. It always is the problem on the CT side. It's just a little more expensive than the T side. If you're not able to control your economy, you just can't get the Molotovs, the grenades, the smokes you need to delay those pushes. And that B side push has been so damn useful, so impactful. Just like Trelolero waddling out on long, getting an instant headshot. Lenaroff with a shot through the box as well. And the CT hold has fallen apart so quickly. Artini last standing. They know exactly where they're at. And Escade gets the final nail in the coffin. Finally, we see a clean round, 5-0. And it will be the penultimate round of the half that really leaves the CT's backs against the wall. They have to win this round to keep themselves in with a chance at taking this to a map 3.
First perfect round in what, like 35 rounds across the first 2 maps?
Yeah.
Like it's been a while, but it really looks like this European side is hitting their stride. It's starting to get there. AWP shots going out mid. We've seen AWPs on both sides. So in this final round of the half, we're seeing a huge amount of damage, and Chris K comes out worse for wear as Oslo picks up the first in the round.
Yeah, Skade almost AWP'd his teammate in the back as well as they were taking a double peek down mid doors. But that's exactly what's happening on the CT side of things as well. A double peek through the mid doors. Grant gets some good damage into Lenaroff, but then goes for another attempt at a challenge. And Lenaroff will just tap the head once, and it's job done. Oslo still trying to hold it down with that AWP, but he does get one. But does he know that there are more lurking nearby? I'm sure he suspects, but Kirad's... Oh, he crossed in front of the door. That's dangerous. That's risky. He goes back the opposite way. He's dancing, daring the AWP to take the shot, where elsewhere on the map, Trelolero just gets another opening onto A.
And the more the AWP player is held in mid, where Oslo is forced to check this angle, is the more that Trelolero and Lenaroff can do on the backline. Lenaroff has been removed, but so this mid player is going to get pressured very, very soon. Oslo running up with the USP, trying to do pot shots with his teammate Flygon, and they retreat, but A side has been given over. The bomb is getting, the bomb carrier is almost getting removed on such low HP, and now Oslo is hunting, knows there is a player near, but the bomb is rotating around to A. The control underneath this is such a weird round. Look at the
big problem.
positions the T side
It's a huge problem. They lost the control. They had the bomb at the top of mid. They had no one there to cover. They just sprinted at him, and he barely gets away. He had 26 HP, lost half of that as the wall absorbed the damage, but just about gets onto the A site in time where Trelolero can offer some support. And Kirad's, oh man, he's a sprinter. He's going fast, and he had to be, because that was very risky with 2 full HP CTs sprinting down mid. Almost caught him out. Would have lost the bomb, and that would have been round over for them. But no, they get to A site, get the plant, get the 9-3.
And can we shout out Lenaroff? Almost double the amount of damage from the next highest damage player. I mean, Lenaroff just keeps delivering. What can I say? When the guy performs, the guy performs. That's all I can say.
Yeah, well, an adoption of strats from both teams, as it will be a full A site hold for the defensive half and a full B site sprinting rush for the T's this time around. And we're going once again for full retakes. There are absolutely 0 grenades on the side of the CTs, and now there are -2 players as well, as Kirad's just hops around the side, picks off 2. Lenaroff with another as well, but that's the T's completely eviscerated from all angles at once. That was fast. That was very fast.
That was fast. That was fast and clean, right? Like, that's the biggest difference. This European side just going from strength to strength to strength. We saw at the start, this felt like a very different game of Counter-Strike. A lot more serious play across both teams. But it feels like this Bestle, I'm being told in my ear. They're just going from strength to strength, and they're getting better and improving. They're the ones that are really evolving through this game. And what better to do that with Chris Craig getting an opener onto Fly?
It will definitely help. Push their way in. Just, oh my goodness me. It's over so quickly. They're taking control of all areas of the map. A double peek on Cat as well, as Kira is holding down the FAMAS. Just being the distraction while Trelolero waddles around the side and gets the job done. Escada It's not how you say his name. It's actually a skid. With a little wall bang, and that's it. I mean, that round was over quickly, and now they're going to need 9 in a row to try and bring this back to overtime, because the odds of them winning this one are slim, but I've said that before, and it wasn't true. They did win that round. So maybe, but they're really going to have to. If they lose this round, as the T side, 0 economy in their favor. They're going to need to win every single round from there, and already Trallalero with 2, but they're traded back. They do have a man advantage. 18 HP is the difference. Flygon with another as well, brings it down to 1 versus 3 for Kirads. With FAMAS in hand, he gets the first.
You've only gone and done it. You've given him the cast a curse. And this potentially is the turnaround for the T side. Molotov holding off of short. Kirads has got to take the time. That frag grenade is going to reveal the position, and here we go. Smoke will bloom but run straight through it, so maybe they're not prepared. Headshot does go out. That's one of the baits, but Flygon crashes him into the ground, and that is the reply. 11-4. Maybe this is the first of the 9 rounds that they need. 1 down, 8 more to go.
I suppose it makes sense. Kirads is the only player who on their Faceit account has games that are not Counter-Strike. He's got a couple of Clash Royale matches in his Faceit account as well. Probably a 2.6 hog cycle player, which is why he struggles with the flying units like Flygon hopping on top of that car. But straight around the side, it's just a war zone. Immediately outside of long doors, 3 dead bodies immediately, and a pistol from Lenorov. Again, the 1D will get another. Artini is so low. 3 HP. This could be a big pistol clutch.
Oh, they have no right in winning this. How on earth has this been allowed to happen? They swing round, and this is it. They are on series points, 1 round away from booking their ticket to the final.
And doing it with Deagles as well. Oh my gosh. Trallalero, Lenorov, they've put in so much work. Huge amounts of kills for them as it's 12-4. The T's are down to the MAC-10s that we said in the pre-show for this game. Coming to Dust 2, those MAC-10s are just not going to have the same value as on a map like Mirage, where you can just send them, where you're guaranteed a close-range engagement. There's not really anywhere on the map where that is the case on Dust 2, as Trallalero holding it down with an AWP, and Chris K has one as well, but Oslo gets close enough to at least take 1 down, but he's immediately picked back off. It's a 4 versus 2. They still have the weapon advantage, and now it's 4 versus 1 with last man standing, Bakes, trying to get anything to keep his team alive.
Bakes, the last player standing, and a lot more to do. 1 down, 3 more to go. But it's going to be a tall task, and shot in the back. Chris K executes him, and that will be the series. The European squad have taken down the Americans and booked their ticket for the finals.
Well, GG's. That was a swift map 2.
Earlier.
We can see for sure why that was the Bechtle boys map pick, because damn, that was quite brutal. Definitely a much more one-sided affair than our map 1 on Mirage, which was of course the map pick for the Epic Systems squad of Epic CS, where they put up a solid battle. That map was incredibly close up until the very final few rounds. Not quite the case on Dust 2. They could just never really get their economy going on either side of the equation, particularly the CT side, just not having the utility to prevent that constant B rush that just worked every time the Bechtel went for it. And then on their T side, they tried the same strategy, but lost out to the retake on the pistol round. And from there, it's just a steady decline into a 13-4 loss. But big news for the European squad, getting the representation in the grand finals, which will be coming up next weekend as well. Huge
things. And we've seen, what I'm most excited about is the fact that the first game, yeah, we saw a bit of the meme plays, the MAC-10s, the P90s, a bit of auto shotguns as well. It was exciting, it was different. But then we got to Dust 2, and everything got very, very serious very quickly. And what I was so impressed with was both sides showing a very, very high level of Counter-Strike. And going into this, we set the expectations going, look, there's going to be ping differences. We've got, these are just employees for companies, so they're going to have a mix of ability. Irregardless, we're seeing reasonable executes, good retakes, good use of utility, impressive 1v1s and clutches, and exciting Counter-Strike. And what more can you ask for, really?
I think as soon as it almost devolves beyond well-structured and well-maintained levels of Counter-Strike, and we get to just see individual instinctive gunplay, that's when a match like this really comes into its element, and definitely some standout performers. I know you're a fan of Lindelof, I get it. But wow, it was just really cool to see, again, like AWPs looking proficient, looking good. Dust 2 can be a difficult map to play when you've got a good AWPer on the opposite side, especially if you can't get that economy damage dealt early and prevent them from getting their hands on that weapon. But up close and personal, even on eco rounds, the Desert Eagles coming in effective across both maps as well for Bechtel. So definitely something to look out for. If you're going up against them in the finals, you cannot take eco rounds for granted, because you might just get one deed out of the game.
Got to be very, very careful of those force buys of those pistol rounds. It's something that we didn't see in the previous game, of course, with the ping range. Just made it very, very difficult using the pistols. It means they're just less consistent. Using something like the CZs that we saw, or the SMGs or the shotguns, more prevalent. As soon as that ping drops down, then we see the Desert Eagles come out. And there is a reason that this game is synonymous with Counter-Strike. It's because it's so goddamn good. Single bullet headshot. Or you just spam the body armor and it just punches through, right? And so if you're not consistent, if you're not hitting those headshots, 3 CTs who are just standing there with that pistol in hand, they're going to take you out.
It's just a little unfortunate to just sprint into a full stack. Always risky when you do that on a pistol or an anti-eco round where you're playing into a stack of pistols. If they have stacked and you walk into it, it's a little more of an even gunfight than it at first looks, because you've got 5 targets to aim at and they can all just shoot you immediately back. And unfortunately, that was probably the deciding factor, the final nail in the coffin, because from that point, there was just no way to buy any of the utility or the weapons required to even have a chance at fighting back for the NA squad. But it was a very solid performance from them on Mirage, particularly on the T side, where they looked like they were overrunning the defenses multiple times whenever they got the opportunity to make those plays. Oslo getting a couple of very solid shots in as well. Artini doing some pretty clean clutches as well. The first 4K of our tournament came from their side, but unfortunately it was not quite enough to get over the line when Bechtel just, I don't know, they play CS every Monday. Like, what are you going to do? they're just like that. They just rock up, Dust 2,
Still different.
easy mode. 13-4 is crazy.
And we're getting information as well. Especially 2-time top 2 finish as well, but not quite taking the title. Always getting close, never quite getting close enough. Always apparently losing against Otto, which is the perfect segue, I would say, to start talking about their potential competition in our upcoming game, Rick. We have the Autobots versus, how are we pronouncing this? Nordlin?
Nordin.
Combination
Nordin. Of Nordstrom LinkedIn. It's really smart.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Very, very
fantastic. Good. This will be our second matchup of the day coming up very shortly. And it's going to be a spicy one, because again, if the team that we've just seen pick up a 13-4 victory is always getting second place to the Autobots, who are not losing 3-1, which is switching that up, then that just goes to show you that this is going to be a very solid game, because Nordin is a scary team to go up against. There's a whole lot of high-level Faceit accounts, and the big problem really for the Autobots is their regular IGL is on vacation. He's not here. So they're going to have to bring in a sub-IGL, adapt their strategies, and figure something out. If they can't quite get that going, then the 2-time CS2 Brawl champions, they could fall out in the semifinals this time around, because their competition is not looking like a team to be trifled with.
Yeah, got to be difficult. So we might be doing a bit of a long pause. We're just going to check on the schedule of the players. But we're looking likely to be starting in about probably an hour. It's looking like around that, just about an hour for the return of our next best of 3 for our semi-final. But like you said, it's going to be an interesting one. We've got the Autobots, which are one of the better teams in their CS2 Brawl. They've won the Brawl Champions twice. They're the ones who keep taking down the other European sides, and then combined with an absolute ridiculous Face It 10 level 10 stack. So it's going to be an interesting sort of situation we see in this game.
Yeah, I've had a message through, which gives a little bit of information on the teams. I've not had quite a chance to go through it just yet. However, I have had the chance to stalk their Steam profiles, and I'm very excited for some of the inventories that we're going to be seeing. It looks as though we have got a timer set for when our pause will be undertaken, and the next set of games will begin. Should be roughly just over half an hour at 8:30 p.m. Central European time. So we'll head over to a very quick break. I'm going to read this message and take some notes because there's some interesting stuff in there. So we'll have spicy things to tell you when we get into our next best of 3, which is going to be Nordin up against the Autobots right here. Stay tuned. Two maps done and dusted in an overall score of 26-14 in favor of the EU squad. One Bechtel. That is one into the grand finals for Metagame and the European squads. But we have to decide who will be their opponents. And in doing so, it's time for semi-final number 2. Once again, EU versus NA. This time, it's going to be Autobots up against Nordin. An exciting matchup that we're going to have coming up, but we've got a bit of time before we get there, roughly 10 or 15 minutes or so. So let's have a bit of a run back through what we saw in our first matchup. We saw Mirage, we saw Dust 2, bit of a variance in storyline, but Morgan, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, so I think first things to kick off is very different style games. Mirage, we were playing on, I believe it was a South African server, because we've got NA, we've got EU. It was somewhere to try and go, right, everyone's going to have bad ping. Let's have fun with that. And it was fun. It was incredibly close. I think it was 13-11 was the final scoreline, or 13-10.
13-10.
Came 13-10, right down to the wire. A lot of back and forth. The ping causing huge peakers advantage, which both teams were able to take a successful effect with, and to their advantage. Then we moved to Dust 2. And Dust 2 was very different. We chose a different server. The players suggested Ireland as a suggestion, Dublin, being a bit closer between the two countries. The sort of like Germanic European teams, of course, had far lower ping. NA, it was about 200 ping lower than what they were playing on beforehand, so they were quite happy. We saw some quite serious Counter-Strike. There was no P90s, there was no negevs, apart from maybe in one round. It was a lot more, right, here we go, we're going to execute, we're going to commit to this site, we're going to go for the retake. The utility play was really, really impressive, but it was a bit of a blowout. It wasn't the Americans' map, and they just got overrun.
Yeah, we've got a little more in-depth match stats, thankfully, as we were using Pop Flash to host these matches, where if we look back towards game number 1, there was not a single player who didn't hit double-digit kills, for the vast majority of them hitting sort of 15 plus, up to 17 kills. It was very tight. Like the top fraggers on either side were close in their performances. 17 kills for Arcti, and then Chris and Trellalero both on 21. But you start to kind of see the differences, really, that were the key factors between their performances on Mirage and Dust 2 for the losing side. When we look a little bit further in depth, start looking at things like the utility stats. There's a whole lot of flashbangs being thrown out, like 20 flashbangs thrown by Oslo the Pig on Mirage. Go over to Dust 2, only 7 across the entire map. They just couldn't ever really get the utility because they just never got the economy built up, and that was just such a huge deciding factor. All in all, a whole bunch of kills, AWPs, 9 kills with AWPs for Trellalero on Dust. No surprise whatsoever to see that the AWPs coming out incredibly strong on that map.
It was just a lot of individual plays wrapped up in good trading. That was probably the biggest, I'd say, difference maker compared to the NA squad of Epic. The fact that the I can always struggle with the name. I'm so bad at pronouncing the name. I will get there eventually, I'm sure. But their ability to use their, I don't want to say like lower tier players, but the players who aren't to the same sort of caliber as some of their like level 10s, they would just pump out damage. And so even if they weren't getting the kills, they were tagging them just enough. So that means Lenarov could just swing around the corner, or Chris K could clutch it out. And it is that tiny little bit of damage just helped enough for them to get it across the line. And so, yeah, it was just a very good way of playing this style of Counter-Strike when you've got such mixed abilities. And this is what this is. We've got companies from all around the world, international businesses with players scattered around geographically. And so you're going to have all kinds of people from all different walks of life, and just the ability shown and how to work together is what's so impressive.
It was really good, really solid trades. It seemed to be, there was so many instances in that first match where you would never get a kill for free. There would always be a teammate there to instantly trade you, and then more often than not, you had a teammate there to instantly get the trade on the guy who traded you. And a lot of the rounds kind of devolved quickly in that sense, but the key factor really, and we certainly saw it a lot more on Dust 2, was if you were able to stand up, take 2 kills, get the numbers advantage, even if you go down, make it a 3 versus 4 in favor of your team. And certainly Lenarov was picking up some big clutch plays all throughout the tournament. We identified him as a bit of a clutch fragger, but certainly everyone put their fragging shoes on for the most part when it came around to the second map for the EU squad as well, except for maybe Escade, but he's an IGL, so that's fine. Easy. Don't need to get frags if you tell everyone else where to go to get theirs.
Yeah, precisely. As long as everyone else is hitting it, it's their fault if you lose. I'm quite interested going forward into this match, how I'd say it's a little less balanced, I'd say, because we've got some substitutions. You've been doing a bit of research, haven't you, on one of these, or both of these teams, really?
Yeah, so, I mean, I've been in contact with one of the teams, and they told me, well, we already knew that IGL was on vacation, so they're already going to have to adapt. But there's also one of their more experienced players who has been on the Autobots roster both times that they picked up the CS2 championship here at Metagame. He's also not here this weekend. He can play next week if they are able to overcome the Nord-in shaped hurdle ahead of them and get to the finals. But that is it's a big hurdle. It's very big, because we've looked a little bit through the stats, and there's way too many Face-It level 10s for anyone to be comfortable going up against that squad. I can't lie. I'd be shaking in my boots, so I'm glad that I'm just standing here talking about it and not on the opposite side of the server from them, because it wouldn't be fun. So they have their work cut out for them for the Autobots if they are to make it into the finals next weekend.
It's a bit of a weird one as well, because of the disparity in skill levels and sort of face-it levels, but also what server we go to. I believe there's been a consensus agreed. So for the NA team's map pick, we're going to the New York server, so it's slight advantage to them, but it's their map pick. And then for the EU team's map pick, we're going to Dublin, so a little bit closer to the European side. Just to keep it a bit interesting, we're going all around the world. Rick, you're making me British. It just keeps, like whatever country we end up in, right?
Yeah. Well, they are discussing their approach, but it looks as though we're going Dublin for map 1, New York for map number 2, and then should we make it into a game 3, we'll have some form of decider to choose a host for that final match. But players starting to filter into the lobby, so things to expect for the time being. I have heard there are some preferences on maps from the Autobots, and not all of them line up among all of the players in the team. I have heard that there are certain maps that their IGL really enjoys playing and would love to play, and the rest of the squad really hate. So I'm interested to see which of those get banned, and if either of them get picked. That would be exciting too. In terms of, I mean, the Norden squad, if you face at level 10, you can probably play anything, right? Like, you should be fine on whatever map gets thrown out. Maybe they'll look to throw some sort of curveball and try and identify one of the maps that they're a little less confident on. Maybe one of the newer additions to the competitive roster, an Anubis or an Ancient, would be interesting to see, especially for you, Mr. Morgan. But a little bit past your time. You used to be a Counter-Strike caster back in the days of like old school Vertigo. Oh my goodness, what an old man you are.
I remember in my day, I remember when Vertigo was introduced into the competitive pool. And I remember having to learn that map very, very quickly for that to come out. But I feel like so for, I think, going in sort of managing expectations, we're expecting the North American side, Norden, to be the stronger of the two. So they're the favourites going into this. If I was a betting man, that's where the odds would be. However, in the previous game, even though we would have said it was closer, we probably would have lent towards the North American side as well in that one. And it ended up being the first game incredibly close, and then the second game was a total blowout as soon as they got on their map pick. So yes, there is a disparity in maps, and yes, level 10 players can play anything. However, face it, level 10 players also tend to play a lot of the same maps over and over again to like drill them in and drill the practice. So Inferno, Mirage, Dust 2, these sort of things. I doubt, I'm just throwing it out there, doubt throwing it to Anubis every single game is the strat here, right? I could be wrong, totally could be wrong. But if one team's prepped it, if 5 people know the map well, but only one person knows it well in the other team, and they might be better players, it can help equalize it.
Bold move to step up and accuse them of being verti-globals. But we'll see. We'll see whether or not those F10s are deserved. I'm going out on a limb and saying, yeah, they're probably pretty damn good at the game. So it's gonna be tough, regardless of what the map will be, particularly when we're playing one map on a home server for them. So you will have ping disadvantage roughly of about 80 ping, but then you get to play your map pick on your ping. Maybe there's an opportunity to drag it out to a map 3 and figure out something that might work. Maybe they'd struggle against our rushing play, or you identify a weak point in their hold on a certain map that you can try to exploit with well-placed utility. But the one thing that you really can't afford to do is to let your economy run away from you to the point where you can't afford that utility, because it's so powerful. It's so important to have, especially when you can probably look at a team like the Nordin team and say, yeah, they probably outgun us in honest gunfights. So let's not take honest gunfights. Let's make sure if we ever peek them, they're blind, they're on fire, they're half HP because they've been, smacked down by a billion little boy frag grenades. Like, whatever it takes to swing it in your favor, you just got to make sure you've got the cash to do it.
Absolutely. Economy is the name of the game. And that's why on Mirage, we saw such an interesting game, because it was CT dominated and then totally T dominated, right? So both teams got a chance to set up their economies, get the ball rolling. That engine of cash generation was coming in. Second half, back and forth. A lot scrappier. You're looking for those saves because suddenly you don't have the cash to just rebuy every single round. And both teams are in that situation. So even if you can't necessarily outgun them, this idea of just chipping away and doing that bit of damage, keeping them within arm's reach. So that means if they make a mistake, you can punish them. There's possibilities here. It's not said and done. We are going to do picks and bans very, very soon, I believe. And predictions. I'm gonna say, we don't have much to go off of with one team's side of things.
I'm not saying nothing. They could be in here. They could be sending spies into the chat. We can't be saying, oh, they prefer X map over Y map. Can't be doing that. Not until they've locked him in, and then we can go back. But we do have one full squad ready and waiting to get the game going, having all just popped in. And I will say, one expectation that I have is there is one outrageous inventory that is just such a sick theme that when we get into the map, you'll see it. It's so cool. It's probably the coolest CS inventory. It's all themed. Who has a themed inventory in CS? But it works. It's really cool. So I'm excited for that. So I'd say regardless of the result here, Autobots could get 13-0'd, but they're still winners in my eyes just because of this inventory. And hopefully you'll get to see it very soon.
And we will be starting the map pick plans. I feel like we're going to get something weird. I've just got this feeling. I think the European team is going to have to throw a curveball, perhaps, and maybe the Norden team might do the same and go, oh well, we're confident enough to play any map. Let's throw it to Ancient. Let's just go hell for leather and go in a weird direction, and both teams end up trying to take them to a different place. It's going to be a curious event. I do like the themed that the Autobots have all got the same profile picture. I appreciate the attention to detail.
on one hand, it's really cool. On the other hand, it makes it really hard to know who's who when you look at the top of the screen. That was a problem I had last time, where I was like, someone's pushing somewhere. I've got to try and figure out who it is by flicking through everyone. Hey, I'm saying it's cool. It looks nice. Perhaps you could have different colored backgrounds for individuality. How's that sound? And then we can tell the difference between Ofen Kartoffel and Shaika when we're looking at who's pushing through mid doors. That would be useful. But we'll figure it out. It should be cool. So it looks as though we're figuring out how to get into the map vetoes. We might need to wait for the couple extra players who are still waiting from our North American squad, or we could just do it manually and figure it out. Either way.
you could just as an idea for the Autobots, you could, instead of just doing different color backgrounds, what if they themed them around their favorite skins? Perhaps if they had an entire inventory themed around a certain thing, that could be their background. That'd look pretty cool.
I'm saying, Shaiko is IGLing. She has stepped up as the replacement IGL, while their typical IGL is on rotation. So if they suddenly were to become like the most stylish team in the league, I'm not saying it wouldn't be a coincidence. I'm just saying it would make a lot of sense for Shaiko, who has by far the coolest inventory, to bring that element of style to the rest of the squad. I'd be all for it. But right now we're all sticking in red, and we are waiting for the maps to start. There's a bit of mind games going on between the two squads. Neither of them seems to want the first pick. They would rather have their opponent pick the first map, and then they can choose which side they get to play on, so they can come out with a strong start. Whether they prefer the CT or the T side would be interesting. But we have our first bans have come through.
Okay. I hope these are actual bans and not just them trying to mind game. But yeah, Train gone out first round. That is by Norden. Have removed Train, which we know was a potentially.
Well, I don't know actually. I don't know what we know about Train because we did ask the question about which maps they prefer, and Train was kind of a non-answer. The actual wording, not to paraphrase, was Train is kind of unknown. So I don't think they'll be all too upset with having Train taken away out of the equation. And our first pick has come through. Morgan, we are heading to Egypt, as Anubis will be our map number 1.
Yes, Dust 2 was removed from the Autobots, leaving Anubis as our first pick. I did say we could potentially see some curveballs. I called it. I said, well, we're either going to see super puggy maps or we're going to see the curveballs. It'll go one way or the other. So let's see what that other pick is for, because we're guaranteed at least 2 games, of course, being a best of 3. And it's also nice that we're seeing different maps. So available is Inferno, Nuke, Mirage, Ancient. What are we going to get?
Well, if we do get to a map 3, we're seeing 2 of those. And pick has come through. It looks as though the Autobots will be starting CT side on Anubis and then heading over to Ancient for map number 2. So we're having a complete change of scenery from our first set of games, which is great to see because we started off on Mirage and it seems everyone always plays Mirage. If you ever try and play a competitive or a Premier game, it will always be Mirage. It's like 70% of the games is Mirage, and then once a year you get to maybe play a game of Ancient by yourself in the game, unless you're playing on, Pop Flash or Faceit. But playing in game, everyone really likes Mirage, so I'm glad that we get to see a bit of change of scenery.
Fantastic. I'm so. Oh, okay. We're getting more bans. Banning Nuke. So I presume this is for the final map choice. So left over, we've got Inferno and Mirage. So one of the good old staples, Inferno is removed, leaving Mirage. Like you said, it is always Mirage.
It's always Mirage.
It is inevitable.
Yeah, can never escape it. But if we are to see Mirage for a second time today, Both of these teams have to get there first, and that means one map apiece must be the equation. And that will be a difficult task for either of these squads, taking on both teams, not only on their home turf in terms of map picks, but their server as well. Just trying to nail down whether we're doing the home servers on the home map picks or playing home servers on the opposing map picks, and then we will get into map number 2. It's a little bit experimental. This is the first time we're running a sort of continental in between EU and NA. A couple of things to iron out, but hey, everyone's having a great time. Everyone's having fun, and they have also thrown the idea out there that if this does go to map 3, we should play it on Oceania servers so everyone has a terrible time. But let's see. Let's see if it gets that far into madness. That would be pretty late for the German squads as well. So hopefully we don't have to deal with that. But we'll see. We're starting off on Anubis. It will be on the Americas servers on the American team's home pick as well. And it will be a big change of scenery to what we saw on our first semi-final. Semi-final number 2 coming up between Nordin and the Autobots.
Very, 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 very excited. And of course, we're going to such interesting map picks. We've got this sort of, we went from a very dusty feel to the first few games with Mirage and then Dust 2, of course, it's in the name. But now we're going to Anubis, Egyptian themed. We've got these little sort of ancient temples, and then we're going to ancient and also ancient temples.
Ancient temples, whoa.
And we've got ancient temples and ancient.
Wow, these teas are cultured.
Very, very cultured. Yes, cultured teas. Fantastic stuff. And of course, for me, it's quite exciting seeing Anubis, a map that is one of the sort of newer ones. I say newer ones rotated. Counter-Strike being such the game that it is and being so long, it's been so long. We're getting slightly flashbanged though by the settings.
Yeah, not used to playing such bright color scheme maps. We have, oh gosh, the saturation is insane. Well, either that or Mr. Production's graphics card is about to explode. Hopefully not. But we're locking it in. It looks like there's some Deegs going out for the training. The one taps down mid. And everyone's getting warmed up, and we're getting loaded into the server for our first match.
You cannot hear our wonderful production staff, but if I was to sum up what just happened when they first saw the game, if you could kindly press tab for me, just so I can have a look at the player names, they were going ah.
That's pretty accurate. The neighbors are going to have such a horrible time tonight, aren't they? Every time we get a kill. Yeah, but the squads are almost all loaded in. Just one more player to go. And then we can get game number 1 underway. Otto versus Nord in our second semi-final matchup in the EU versus NA Continentals with metagame and CEA. 20 seconds time, we will be getting this match started. And this will be a big undertaking for Otto to overcome this squad who, on paper, looks kind of insane.
Yeah, there's no way to answer that. But what I'd say is, even with the home field advantage in terms of server, it's still relatively okay. Never mind, it is pretty low ping. But that's the problem with America, right? You've got East and West Coast, then you've got the middle states as well, and anyone can be spread across. Like, America is big. I think we forget how big it is as a country sometimes. So often, as we've seen on the players' ping there, we've got 70, 80 on one side, and then 20 because they're on the East Coast and New York. It can vary. So there's even fluctuations within their own side on their home field map.
So, a swift little restart as the knife round never happened. So we need to switch sides. So, back we go as we head on over. Looks like we're remaking the lobby. Just to fix that. But that's fine. not a problem, because it also gave us a chance to do our pre-show fixing of the graphics settings on Anubis, which I'll be honest, maybe I wasn't all that confident that we would see an Anubis match. I held out a little bit of hope, but which is kind of ironic because one of the players on Otto said that everything looks grayed out, which is the exact opposite. Maybe we stole all of the colors from their monitor for that.
Right. We will be jumping back into it very, very soon. They seem to be ready. And Anubis into Ancient. Favorites is on the NA side. Nordin looking pretty good. However, the Autobots, we are trying to see if
you can just press back on your thing and it puts you into someone. There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Boom.
There we go.
Then join the in-game spectators and we are good to go. Easy.
Fantastic. Yeah, it'll be a new server, so perhaps slightly different ping, but same region, so it should be all right. And that shouldn't be too bad whatsoever. Now,
just
hey,
Mr. Producer, get down here in the spectators with me. Come on. trying to make this a 6v5. There we go. We're in.
Our producer wants to play. He is so keen. I mean, I have a little birdie did tell me that our producer is a tournament winner.
Yeah, that's why we had to kick him out of the squad for that game. He's too good. They banned him. He's won in not only Counter-Strike but Valorant, all the games. He's got titles in all of them. So no surprise that they're all way too afraid. They had to put him behind a production machine and nerf his abilities. But we're getting right back in to attempt number 2 at map number 1, this time with the teams on the correct side, with the map not having the knife round at the beginning. But we're going to get into game number 1 of our second semi-final of the day. Once again, Nordin versus Autobots. And if Autobots can get it done, can win this best of 3, it would be an all-EU final where they would go on to face Bechtel CS squad, who already advanced to the finals with a swift 2-0 over Epic Systems CS team themselves. So they're just sitting there waiting to find out who they're going to be facing off against in next weekend's Grand Final series. It's going to be Anubis. And the saturation's fixed as well.
Yeah, it's all looking up. This is going to be a very, very exciting game. And the players, of course, we talk about this a little bit on talking more towards the pro level for sure. But it does make a difference. These players, probably they look beforehand, death matches, that sort of stuff, just the blood flowing and everything, so they can get in that mind frame to pop heads. Using a bit of restart, going into his mental attitude of good job, I'm gonna win. And it's like, another 5 minutes while I reset up the lobby. It just can take that a bit of adrenaline out of you, make you a bit more tired, can potentially affect play. And we see this genuinely from amateur all the way up to the highest level. The amount of times that a technical pause has made a team collapse on the bigger stage is actually ridiculous. It happens way too often, more than it should ever do. But that being said, with almost full lobby, we've got one more left to go. There we go.
Cool. He was taking the nap. Which actually is another point to mention as well, is that with this being an intercontinental tournament, the time zone difference might certainly play a factor, even for the NA squad. Maybe having 3-4 hours difference between the players in the squad themselves, especially like West Coast players up against on the same roster as East Coast players. It's kind of different times of the day. Maybe some of them haven't had lunch yet. Maybe some of them have already had lunch and they ate too much pasta, so they're feeling sluggish. And maybe over in Europe, it's past 9 p.m. already in Central Europe, so it might be bedtime pretty soon. So one way or another, this best of 3 is going to have to go down quickly so we can get Grandpa off to bed for the nap. Once again, we are back in play. Anubis, round number 1. Autobots and Nordin for the semi-finals.
And here we go. Lots of utility being bought. Nice to see from both sides. One, have we got any kits? I don't know if we do. I think they might have forgone that and gone for full armor, trying to play the gun game, but it's not quite going their way. The nap sends one player to sleep, but it's 2 for their money, and there's a reply in kind. There's blood everywhere, and it's the T's that come out on top. CT's forced to rotate and try and go for the retake.
They are bunching up into a bit of a death ball to make that push forwards, but there's a couple of tags onto teammates that occurred. Thankfully, nothing all too damaging, just about 4 damage dealt, but still well within 1 tap range. Farouk holding the close range angle. Shaika tosses the grenade forwards, does get the better of Farouk, but not before Takeover gets taken out. But now, Shaika all by herself. Can't find the angle, does get the correct read on where the secondary player is, but Snow lurking on that connector over towards the CT spawn catches her off guard, and it is a first round picked up in favor of Nordin.
It was a lovely post-plant setup, extending into middle just to try and get control and force several lines of engagement for which the CTs had to push through to retake. And even if they get through first, it's then the second line or the third line, just creates an incredibly difficult situation. But a scream sends the map away, and that's 1-0 down. Pushing through straight into sight onto B. We've got an entry for the MAC-10. The Julie's coming through for Decto, but nothing connects. Pax takes out another one, adding it to the tally, so it's a 1-on-4. Can the Julies do any work? Yes, they can. They take one head. They look for the second, but it doesn't materialize. It's another win for the NA side.
Pax got a lot of kills with the Glock there. I'm not sure whether he just ran out of bullets in his primary weapon or he just was failing himself, but damn, got some serious damage. But at the bright side, they were not completely wiped out, which does mean that more investment has been forced from the CT side. Money isn't still looking all that great, up to 3k on a couple, but there are 2 who, with a round loss, could certainly be pushed into less than favorable utility purchases, and maybe even already are, with just a MAC-10 and a flashbang in the hands of... But it's enough to have a Molotov that forces the nap back. He's been holding down by himself and has fallen once more. For the second round in a row, he hasn't been able to find a kill before he gets traded. And it's a numbers advantage in favor of the NA squad.
Look at the mini-map. It just totally blows the map wide open. There's this sort of angle that can spearhead its way through, force essentially on fighting on 2 fronts, but splitting the focus on the CTs. That doesn't matter if 2 of them get picked off. And then suddenly we see the pressure flip the other way. But Screaming once again in, taking out one of the top players, the IGL, for the Autobots. That's another one. Snow takes down, taking over the site. And Joe is left to push on through, see if he can deny this plant, but an extended setup once more by the T's makes this a very, very difficult retake. 2-on-3. They do the defuse kit and a bit of utility to play with.
Almost got a lot of value out from those SMGs. They did manage to pick up a couple of kills, and the P90 nearly got a third onto Snow, but just the accuracy over the extended sprays a little bit better on the assault rifle, even on those close range engagements. But they have managed to get themselves onto the site, but they just don't have the utility to commit to a ninja defuse. Decto, though, takes out Downside on a quick trade, so it's a little bit more costly, but he will go down for the third round now picked up for Team Nordin on the map pick of Anubis. And now look at that economy looking much more healthy now with converting that win. Whereas on the opposite side, Team Otto, they're going pistols and a grenade stack. Maybe looking to just head down mid, offer the nap a little bit of assistance with 4 grenades. Look at that sprint on the minimap, straight down the middle. 4 grenades tossed out, and the nap still gets taken out.
There we go, but though it's a trade for 2 for 2. If they can get one more and save a weapon, he could work, but no. We'll keep the T economy slightly in check, but they can still fall by, so it's fine. Now we're seeing the fall by through for the CTs. What I want to see from them and what caused them issues on that retake, because they had a good setup. The T's kind of misplayed on the post plant. They pushed on through. They had the angle. The issue came, they only had flashes. They used their smokes and that other piece of utility way too early in the round. So it gets to the retake, they lose the site, and then suddenly they've got nothing left to try and go and claim that territory back. They had a smoke there, they can cover up some of the angles, there's less things for them to check, they can wide swing together as a pair, trade, get the second kill, and then potentially it's left in a 1v1, and they could take it. Still a tall task, but having those pieces of utility later into the round will pay dividends in those retakes.
Look how far forward that they've managed to push, but still keeping utility at hand. But Shaika does manage to take down Pax. That takes down not only the weapon, but all the grenades that they had available they could use to cut off some of these angles. But they've still got the smokes in play, and they've taken full control of mid with 3 Ts. Well, there is one making that wide rotation through water into the A site, where Decto by himself has to try stand and hold the line, takes down Snow, but Downside is there to pick up the trade. And the rotation just not quick enough for the rest of the CTs to get in a position to support. There's a lot of damage done. Every single T is one-tappable. The Nap takes out the first. 2 more and only 7 HP.
Ooh, screams around the corner once more. And the Nap goes down, but there is the reply. Coming around the corner, Farouk is traded. Is that going to be the round? Yes, it is. A good retake by the CTs in a round that they were in desperate need of. They've just broken the tide. The T's just delivering round upon round. Economy is still very, very flush for them. It will take at least 1 more, maybe 2 more rounds in a row to really break that economy and for them to start getting that engine building, getting the cash flow in, and they can start expanding outwards.
What's even more important, really, is just whatever it takes, don't lose this round, or if you're going to lose this round, don't lose too much for the CTs, because the commitment that they've put into utility, kits, everything, it's so expensive. They're back down to less than 1,000 on 4 out of 5, and already 4 out of 5 players standing make that 3 as Downside drops into water, and it's fallen apart so quickly. Unanswered 3 kills for Nordin. And it's the last 2 players standing, as it looks like Octo is going to be left as the last alive. Joe gets picked off on the off side of the rotation, and he might just have been spotted as well in CT. Maybe Farouk didn't quite catch a glimpse, but full map control over both bomb sites, fully in the grasp of the Ts.
And here the terrorists might actually start hunting the CT player down because they know the economy's weak. They know they force bought into it. If they can remove the gun from their hands, it's basically going to be a full eco or a desperate attempt at a force. So just removing this very, very nice Fire Serpent AK from cold, dead hands of Decto is exactly what the North American squad wants.
They went for the classic, have a grenade tossed into the smoke to get line of sight through. They did just catch about a glimpse of an elbow just as he peeked around the side, and then ran him over. They were not going to give him any opportunity to make a save of any sort. And it's straight back into the bin for the CT economy. That 1 round win maybe almost doing more harm than good as it resets their round loss bonus. So they're on to MP9s, MP7s, armor with no helmets, and just straight through the Molotov, and Pax just burns 2 to a crisp. Cleans up a 3rd with a couple bullets from the AK. And this round is all but over as it's looking to be 6-1 in favor. Pax on 4, going for the ace, and he's got it with the headshot. 2 of them with a Molotov. AK cleans up the rest. First ace of the semifinals, and we're really getting a full display of exactly why this team is so scary to go up against.
It took 35 rounds to get the first perfect round where no players lost their lives. It took this side 7 rounds to ace them with a single player. This is an incredible level of skill. Their cash is really, really built up. They can take some risks. The grenade to clear the smoke with the AWP can peek around the corner but sees nothing. Much to their dismay, but mainly for the CTs, this is they'll take anything they can get, and that's a great way to start the round.
That's the scary thing. We said they're going to have to try and find a ways to catch them off guard. That's exactly what they tried to do the previous round, go for an aggressive push, but Pax was still ready for it. One thing that I do continually keep seeing is that The Nordin players are constantly dealing chip damage to one another. A little bit of like tags from grenades, Molotovs, actually putting each other into one-tap range for M4s, and one may lose their life, possibly because of that, but it was through a smoke grenade. Good spam, but it is answered back in kind. It's 4 versus 4. The bomb yet to really commit onto a bomb site, but B is looking by far the more likely option, but Shaika is holding the pillar. Catches Pax off guard, looking the opposite direction, and a second onto Farouk as well. Huge hold for Shaika, and it might just about force a rotation from the T's over towards a site where Otto is holding down the entire site by himself, and he's playing it so well as catches them off guard. They turn their back. He played ring around the rosy around the bomb site. They had no idea that he was lurking. Sprays them both down. Another big win for the Autobots.
Really, really nice play, and that came from a wonderful 2K by Shaika, just to open the round up, give that man advantage. Decto, fantastic patience on the site. So many players will swing out too early there, take the engagement, and have the T's ready for it. Instead, waits the maximum possible amount of time, increases their chance of getting it as well. So great individual performances, but here they need to convert, because the amount of cash that's sitting in the wallets of the T side is a terrifying prospect. A trade 1-for-1 is good, but it might not be enough for the Autobots to really push through and start closing out that round differential.
I mean, when you look at the cash value of the players that both got traded, one of them can just about afford a UMP. The other could afford whatever they want to, but Shaika, they can't afford to be walking into her LOS anymore because a triple spray down as they tried to make the entrance onto B site. Shaika on this pillar angle is doing a whole lot of heavy lifting for the defensive work of Autobots. It's another round win, and it's a very important one as well because it keeps their economy alive. Only one player lost their life on the CTs, and now look at the T side economy. They can't even all afford AKs. They're on Mac 10s, not full utility. If they lose this round, it's an eco. That could even things up and get us right back into an even match just before the half.
This is the best possible scenario for the Autobots. They now need to convert. However, Nordin has ups the tempo, putting huge amounts of pressure over on this A side. They've taken the site. It's had to be given up. Joe gets completely rolled by the Mac 10, so that's man advantage. Bomb has gone down, up for the retake. And here is the tricky situation. It's a 4 versus 5. You know they've got weapons. Pax gets another. Do you push this or do you try and hold for exits? They're looking to scramble. They're looking to run away, try and restrict, see what they can pick up. They know the economy's not good, but they're not in too much of a good position either. That's another one going down 2 to 5. This is going from bad to worse. Takeover at least trades one, so that's a little bit better. Jaika gets another. There's downside just round the corner, looking for that one. Farouk picks out Takeover, and it's going to be a rough buy into the next round. Jaika's trying to stay alive, and it's not going to be the case. And they pull further ahead. Nordin moves to 7-3.
Well, the silver lining is we did get to see a little bit of a glimpse of that insane Shaika inventory with the Golden Dragon AK, the Tiger Stripe knife, the yellow, the orange and black gloves. It's all a tiger themed. It's so cool, man. It's so sick. Unfortunately, it's not good enough to get them the round win. It's not a fashion contest. It is a shooting each other in the face contest. And right now, it seems as though the Americans are doing a better job of that. And they've actually kind of forced a slight adaptation out of Otto as well. They're playing with 2 players holding this A bomb site. Now with the Molotovs all starting to rain through, they might just be rewarded for that. Otto through the smoke, a headshot while blinded onto downside, and Joe is there to get a second as well. They're holding the line a little more effectively this time.
Oh, and what a risk as well. Joe just goes for it after being incredibly quiet. This is what I say. It doesn't matter about your face it level. When you get into the server, one good round, and you win it for your team, you clutch out, that round number ticks up. That is all that matters. Yeah. KD means nothing. Oh, the skins are nice. But that was such a risk. If the Autobots go down there, they have no money in this round, in the final round of the half. That was an insane risk to take. But look, they forced them onto pistols on the T side. there is a very real possibility they can pull this to a 7-5, which, seeing how this map started, is a fantastic result for them.
You know what they say? No pain, no gain, no risk, no rewards, no bullets, no happy. As Takeover mid-air headshot onto downside hardly seems fair. Downside does at least manage to take down Shaika, a huge defensive player for the Autobots. And Nap is completely blind, can't make his way onto the staircase to get out of the line of sight of Farouk in time. And that will mean the B site has been overrun. It's looking like the barrel of an 8-4 half being pointed directly at Otto unless they can find a way to get some opening picks and even up the score. But again, utility is looking slim. One smoke, one Molotov. They've got one down, but it's traded by another team headshot from Snow into the back of... But Pax finishes the job. Catches him lurking, playing around the planted bomb, and Octo can find no way into the bomb site. A big round, a big win, and a big conversion to make it an 8-4 half in favor of Team Nordin on their map pick.
Their map pick and their home server, so on the New York server, so the ping slightly lower for them. We will be going to Dublin in the next map. That will be Ancient. Very, very exciting stuff.
Their ping will be Dublin.
And their ping will be Dublin. Hey. But now the Autobots, they have a tall task before they can get through to Ancient. There is many, many more rounds left to play in this series. And let's remember the stakes. Whoever wins will go forwards to fight the European semi-finalists who've won their match through to finals. They've got to finals 3 times. What? How has no shots killed anything there? Everyone is just firing, but no one's actually hitting anything. All the shots are going high. The spirits are high. Everybody is high. It's all going together well on this side because the bomb is down and somehow the T's are getting away with it, but the Autobots are materializing. How is this fight going on? But no, the T's have taken it. The Autobots take the round.
I hate you, man. I can't believe you just did that to me. That's so toxic. I'm going to set your alarm clock for 4 a.m. today. That's so rude. But that was actually kind of crazy because they went all the way around the outside on the high ground above water. It was the drop down that gave the information that it was an A push. And the speed of the rotation that came from the CTs, there was already 3 players on the A bomb site by the time they even made their entry onto the site, and still they Glock their way through it, just dodging out on the USP shots and hitting the crucial shots that they needed. But there has been investment into the defense. Desert Eagles and a Mag 7 for which is exactly the sound that Takeover makes when he takes a peek with a Galil and hears the Mag 7 spray it in his direction. It's an early loss for the T side, who are looking to play fast with SMGs, but that Mag 7 has forced them to think again. And now they've lost the Galil as well. Long-range line of sight's a little more dangerous, and they've got to try and play fast and up close. But no, Farouk gets 2 with a 5-7 lurking around the side. Mag 7 down, though. It's a 3 versus 2.
Starting to make the difference. They need to get the ball rolling, but Snow is ready and waiting downside for the crossfire as well. So Decto in a 1 versus 3. A Mac 10 and a Dream. No shots able to find. They all go wide. Downside brings it home. 9-5. And all that momentum that the T's brought up, that the Autobots were like, they're ready to roll out, has been stopped in its tracks. And it looks like Nordin perhaps could start setting themselves on a path to success in this round.
It's the way that they get a little aggressive. They don't sit back on the C-tie, but they know that, look, we've got some space to make maneuvers. We've got a little bit of room to push out and get aggressive. They take it, and Farouk doing exactly that with the 5-7 in hand. Picked up 2, but straight through the smoke. Would you look at that? As if to demonstrate the point. Through the smokes down mid, a flashbang, and a Mac 10 is all it takes. Oh my, they got dominated. Absolutely eviscerated down mid.
I was just grabbing a quick drink of water and looked away for a very brief second. Why is the score changed? Like the round? I swear it was 9-5 just a second ago.
Surely a graphical glitch.
Yeah, surely can't imagine how the round would have finished that quickly. But anyway, Autobots, 4 spy. We got AKs. We got an AK, some Galils, and then SMGs in kind.
It's weird. It's so weird that the CTs have won like the past couple rounds in a row, but they still seem to have like a worse loadout for this round because they're holding on to the MAC-10s to build their economy as best they can, but they're buying the grenades, they're getting the util on their side, and that will get them a single pick. Otto is just lurking, creeping, checking to make sure no one peeks anything down mid. That's not going to be a favorable range engagement for either of those weapons, so Shaika and go their separate ways until Takeover decides to take over with the Galil and get the finalization on that engagement. But that has drawn the attention of the CTs. They've entirely started to cheat their way over to the A bomb site, but now they're hesitating. The push didn't come as quickly as they expected, but now when it does come through, Takeover drops down, one with a headshot. Snow trades, but is traded once again, and it's all on Farouk. 20 HP on every player in the server. One tap on Joe, but Shaika runs him down with the MAC-10. She is not letting him get away.
If Shaika backed out there, lost her nerve, and went for the reload to reset, dead in the water. Like, there's no coming back. That MAC-10 is going to shred them at that health point. So that M4A1S is going to shred them. That was one of those cases where you got to just trust that what you got left in the magazine is enough. You can just go for the kill and hunt them down. That's exactly what happened. A desperate round win. We've seen this such back and forth since like round 6 onwards. It feels like the Autobots have finally found their stride. Problem I'm questioning is, having given up so many rounds at the beginning, is it too little too late? Should we have seen this earlier on in the game, and will we be getting a far closer scoreline, like an 8-8 or potentially like a 9-7?
The nap taken out once again. I'm expecting when we get the pop flash match stats a little later on, died first is going to be something he might look back on with a little bit of regret. Getting picked a lot on the defensive half when he was playing through mid, and now looking to be the first to push, get some information on B, but only finds his own demise. I think Joe did spot one out on the pillars, but downside with the peak and the crossfire there from Pax as well. No way into the B site, no players lost, although downside did almost get taken out, but remains. One single round will secure a minimum of overtime for the CTs, and they've got enough money to make sure that they're not going to run out anytime soon.
Yep, they've got cash for days. The T's are going for a eco for all intents and purposes. A couple upgraded pistols to Tech 9s, a couple frag grenades, looking to bully their way through onto a site. We're looking for a fast play towards this B. The Molotov goes in, but they run through the flames. That's one going down. The Nap takes him out, but downside, a double kill, a triple kill. Absolute destruction, but is removed by Takeover. And that is the site going over. They'll at least get the bomb plant, get the cash. Snow picks up one more. Bomb is delivered, so there is money in the bank, at least for potentially the final round of this map. It's going to be match points for Nordic.
There's a big grenade onto downside as well. Took a huge chunk of his HP, but still with a nade of his own and a little peek with the M4A1S. Takes down 3 attacking players, holds the bomb site, pays it for it with his life, but buys enough time for the rest of the squad to rotate in and make sure no further damage is done. Instant defuse, but getting the bomb planted does make sure that Otto has enough to at least have a somewhat decent arsenal. Not ideal. They've got a Galil missing a couple of grenades that they would otherwise love to have, but it's a very wide spread for the CP hold. All angles of the map, but Farouk finds an angle from somewhere underneath Shaika, but he's taken out. He steps a little bit too far. Takeover does get him down, costs him 98 HP, but now they have an avenue of attack onto the A site. Oh, but look at the flank. Look at the flank in T-spawn.
Oh my god, that is disgusting! Takeover is removed from the game. The push goes on, but already the rotation has been pulled, and they pulled onto A site. It has gone the way of the T's, but has pulled it back with the Mag 7. The double kill, the disrespect. He just wanted to do it with style. 13-6 to Nordin. Domination in that first game.
On the stats on the Pop Flash side, we get AWP kills. We're going to need Mag 7 stats because he was using that thing for so damn long, but it was so effective. Every time they tried to push in, he plays the close range, plays close to their smokes, plays around their own utility against them, and uses the pillar, rounding out a clean map number 1 on their home pick, on their home server. Maybe we anticipated that game to be maybe a little less close than that, because I honestly, I guess a full stack like what Nordin has, I'm not gonna lie, I came into this, I was like, yeah, we're probably gonna be done in 20 minutes. But no, they actually did put up a solid defense. Every single player had rounds where they contributed, and unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough at the end. Like the way that the CTs were so proactive on their defense, they never sat back on their site. If they heard any sort of audio, anything, they made an early rotation. If they had an opportunity where they didn't spot anyone pushing a bomb site, they would push through and find the flank. And it's just too much for Otto to deal with.
Too much for Otto to deal with, and let's also keep in mind that this team is playing with a substitute IGL who's moved into an IGL role, and then substitutes on top of that because some of their star players aren't available this week. So to subvert our expectations and play better than we were expecting, like you said, into a 5-man stack of Face It level 10s is very impressive and does kind of bode well into this next one, going into Ancient. Their map pick, most importantly, on their server pick, so they get slight ping advantage as well. We could be potentially on for a closer game, potentially, and I'm going to touch wood here, a 3-game series.
You know what's crazy is not only are you missing your IGL, not only are you missing one of your more experienced players who's been on the roster both times the Autobots have become the champions of the CS2 Brawl, but you're missing a man who has unboxed 20 plus knives. That is a ridiculous level of RNG, good fortune, good luck. And if you could have that on your side, that could be enough, you know? Like, this 20 knives is stupid. It's so many. Like, how lucky can this man be? And maybe that bit of luck is just what's missing on some of these engagements where a grenade bounces slightly differently, a slight little bit of an angle on your bullet gets you a dink instead of a body shot and changes the outcome of a round. Maybe that's what's missing, but unfortunately, it's not enough for Autobots. They put up a valiant effort, particularly on the defensive side. I found that particularly their B site defense was extremely solid, but then we saw really good rounds on their A site defense as well with Joe and he's got a different name on the server. Dang it! Hold on. Joe and Decto, him holding down, playing off one another. They had some really solid rounds where it looked as though they could stand up. They could actually do this. Unfortunately, just the raw firepower, a little bit too much to deal with in the long-term grand scheme of things. But we will see whether or not that remains the case as we head over to Ancient, where Otto will be starting off on the T side. So, really, the ball's in their court. They decide where the engagements take place. They decide on the pushes. They now know to be aware because, Nordin is not afraid of pushing through and going for flanks. So they've got the information. They've got the map pick. They've got the home server. Let's see what they can do with it.
There's a lot going their way. And I want to also shout out a few of their stats from that previous game. Especially on the Autobots, just to sort of show how misleading some of the things like kills as a statistic can be. Takeover, the Nap, Joe. Takeover had 10 kills at the end of that game. The Nap and Joe had 6 kills, so almost half. However, ADR, they were almost all the same, almost all on 50.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So in terms of damage output, they were doing the exact same level of job. It just so happened probably the Nap and Joe were the ones damaging them first, and then Takeover came in and did the other bit of 50 damage to then convert those kills, right?
I think what really stands out to me looking at that previous match as we go through the stats once more is, again, utility damage. It's such an important factor in a game like Counter-Strike, and the highest amount of utility damage dealt by the Autobots in the previous game is 140 for Joe, holding down defensive site on A, defensive duties, not bad. And you go to the other side, and you find the highest amount of utility damage dealt for Nordin is 459. as Pax was getting so many grenades, Molotovs. Probably hit someone with a flashbang at some point. Whatever he could do to get utility damage and make those engagements unfair in his favor, because you're peeking someone who's already lost 30, 40, 50 HP from a well-placed grenade. That could just make all the difference.
It's the power of utility, right? You can use smokes to not only cut off angles, but force angles. Molotovs to slow down pushes, chip damage as well if they choose to push through it. And the same thing with grenades. Grenades aren't necessarily to confirm kills, sometimes they are, but it's just doing that bit of damage that means if the headshots don't come through immediately, then it's down to just straight stat checking. And if you've already taken 50 damage, you're going to die quicker than the other person who's on full. It's just how that works out. Flashes is the most interesting thing, because I think there was a lot of running through smokes. There was a lot of running through Molotovs. There didn't seem to be too many coordinated flashes. And so Autobots, if they want to try and pressure the aggressive nature of these CTs in Norden, use counter flashes. If you know they're going to push, preemptively flash that and swing through with a bit of utility. Yes, we all want to be Stewie 2K and just run through smokes, but if they're ready for it, it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think the one time where we did see that sort of coordinated flashbang and the push was the round that was over in about 7 seconds as the whole team got mulched down mid as well. So maybe we'll see a little more of that coming to fruition. Also, 8 deaths through smokes in the previous match for Nordin. So maybe not standing so out in the open when potentially being sprayed down. But it looks as though we're going to go full the raid 2, straight into each other, guns blazing on the B bomb site, downside with the Julies, Snow with the Julies, too many bullets fired, and they took a gamble. They ran directly into a stack, and it worked out in favor of Nordin, taking the coin flip 50-50 first round with minimal losses, and Downside has used his winnings to purchase an auto shotty.
Their biggest mistake was simply not buying another pistol. Like, when you have Julies, you have double the guns means double the firepower. Simply buy more pistols. That's the solution to this. But we're seeing a full eco. Which is basically their only choice, or they force buy onto pistols, running into the SMG, so this should be an easy cleanup for Pax. The only thing is the MP9 doesn't have a lot of rounds, but when you've got multiple CTs, it should be pretty easy to clean up, and no lives lost. That's the most important thing. Yeah. So keeping all that cash in the bank, all that armor intact, and that is a lot of cash. And we've seen this in the last game. Norden, what they like to do early is if they've got the player surviving, they keep these, what would traditionally be considered bad weapons, the SMGs, the shotguns, just so they can stack up the cash, just so they're not spending more money.
So important on CT to be able to afford full sets of utility to the point where they prioritize the utility more so than the firepower. Understandable, especially on a map like Ancient, where you have a lot of choke points. You throw down a smoke, you clear out the back line with a frag grenade, and now Pax can get aggressive and push forwards, just as the Nap can do down mid. He gets 2! They were not ready for the push their own playbook used against them. Lurking on the outside of the smoke at the bottom mid. There's nobody else on the back half of the map. The push has already been made through, but Snow has lurked his way around behind. They've dropped the bomb as well.
It's out in the open. It's out in the open in the middle of mid, and Downside is pushing forward with the auto shotty. Pax is going to swing around as well, but the counter flank to the flank is coming through. Decto is going to take one. No, Takeover is. The Nap comes out from the other half, and Takeover basically pulls out that round from nowhere. That was such a great opening 2 kills, an amazing flank from the backside by the CTs, and then another flank to close it out.
I mean, that's a classic bit of Ancient gameplay. You go down mid, you get shot in the back, and then you turn around to shoot them, and you get shot in the back. It's so many angles, avenues into mid. You can go through Donut, go through CT, whatever it is. There's always someone behind you. And once again, that money that was saved up has been invested primarily into utility. So even now, we're still seeing those auto shotguns. I mean, Downside got some pretty significant damage with it. You get a kill with the auto shotty, you're getting a massive return on investment as well as cutting off close range angles. But Farouk with a flash peeks his way around the side, takes out Joe, but he has no opportunity to fight back. And now the T's have been penned back into lower B.
We're seeing the benefit of this utility. Sometimes you would love an M4A1S or an AWP. However, these smokes are slowing down the game so much for the T's. We're at the halfway point.
Yeah.
They're now looking to aggress on the site. The man disadvantage. They know where it's coming. Snow can take one. Back around the corner. Start trading off their teammates. He's just hiding. Doesn't need to do anything here. Can just wait and bide his time while Downside pushes up. But Decto somehow comes out on top. But Farouk is there to pick up the pieces and salvage what could have been a bit of a disastrous round. And that is the Autobots falling once more at the final hurdle once they get onto the site.
That was Snow looking in the corner, waiting for the flashbang to come through for the teammate. Did get one through, but the USP just wasn't able to connect well enough to actually get the kill. But teammates came in to pick up the pieces. Once again, it's a win for the CT, but not convincing enough to see them start building up their economy. $100, $200 left over after this buy round. Downside only has a smoke grenade and an auto shotty, nothing else. And that's just going to full commit straight down mid, aggressively taking control with Molotovs and flashbangs, grenades, and forcing the T's into a very awkward situation. They're split on either side of the map, 3-2, and no fast rotation options with mid control fully in the hands of the CTs.
Yeah, they completely split in half to fight on two fronts.
Oh, no.
Downside, just a shotgun to the face. Shaika, that is just so unfortunate. Takeover is going to slink their way onto B site without the bomb. The CTs know that they have map control, know they can take up this team one by one pretty much and split them up, to even waiting for the shotgun to come around to get the extra cash for it. Fruit should close this one out for a perfect round. Only, what is that? Ooh, about 73 HP lost across the entire team, so not a single person going down. Very good round, and that's what they needed to start building the economy up. Look at the cash values now in their pockets. 7,000 sitting on Farouk. Sitting on 6,000. That's a lot of money.
And on the opposite side of things is a P90 and just about enough for a McDonald's Happy Meal left over. It's not looking great, but they're going to commit to a full send sprint. They're going directly onto A site, not bothering with mid control, not even going to contest it. They're just looking to take over A site in its entirety. A smoke grenade will come through. It won't be enough to buy them too much time. Take over out the side, but the flashbang lands perfectly from Octo to save the life of Takeover, and the Nap, blinded as well, gets second onto Farouk. That's the control of the bomb site claimed. Now they just have to do the defensive duties.
Utterly amazing flash, but they can see the bomb being planted by the grenade, clearing the smoke, but it's not enough. The bomb goes down, and they're falling by the wayside. Downside is trying to keep them in this. The health bars are so incredibly low for the Autobot. Snow just pushes on through, finds one. No, he doesn't. Downside, though, finds two with a shotgun. He's at 100 HP. Decto has 7 HP. Surely this is it. Surely he goes down. That's the headshot. The shotgun comes through. Can they defuse the bomb? Yes, he can. And he had no right in winning that round.
4K with the auto shotgun. Are you serious? That's on a retake as well. If we were sitting there on the site defending that push from coming through, sure, I could kind of see it. But retaking with an auto shotgun and getting a 4K is just illegal. Criminal activities from Downside. And, you know, honestly, I'm starting to understand why he's holding on to that thing for so long. That is so brutal for Otto. It looked like they'd done everything right to try and hold on to that bomb site, to get the bomb plant down, to defend it. They had the grenades, but just got ran over.
Just so much utility damage to go out and tag enough of them for that shotgun to basically be a guaranteed kill, just a slight tap. And that's all she wrote. Takeover, though, finds Snow out in the open in mid, looking a different way. Exactly what you said, Rick. You face one way and get shot, and then you look at the other way, and then you get shot.
But if he can do it with an auto shotty from this range, we should just crown him the king of Sweden right now. Never mind, Shaika having none of it. Downside, I suppose that's the downside of a shotgun. You get one tapped by an AK from that sort of range, and it will be another round on the board for Otto squads. I mean, they should have been 4-3 by this point. It really should, but Downside, he's committed. He's shotgunning the entire map today, it seems. It was with the Mag 7 on Anubis, but now he's on hunting down patrol duties. This time they do get the better of it by picking off all of the teammates first, leaving him in long-range engagements. If they can find ways to do that, to isolate those fights. They've left B site entirely undefended. They've all pushed through cave very aggressively up close, but they're getting the trades. They just simply were not ready for Otto. They were lining up grenades onto the B bomb site, and they got completely blindsided by this push.
Yeah, Shaika just was not ready for it. Almost did a double take, repeat with the grenade, got caught out in the open, and this round has been blown wide open. A 4 versus 2. Still plenty of... Look at the utility that the CTs have. They have plenty of... There's, what, 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs, 2 flashes, and a frag grenade, despite everything they've thrown. But Joe is going to keep them in the round, but it is short-lived. Pax executing him. And there is just one. There can only be one. And they will not be long for this world. Decto really struggling to get into this game compared to the last one. Perhaps it's just holding on to this AK for the next round. But Pax is ready and waiting. There's CTs everywhere they look. They're truly in the middle of the jungle now. And Decto is being hunted with 30 seconds remaining.
And the most annoying part of this for Decto is you know that you're boxed in. You know that they're on all sides. And you know that as soon as this round timer runs out, they're coming for you. They're going to wait for you to get 0 money and then hunt. So you have no choice. You either have to fight your way through them or become a world champion of hide and seek. It looks like the option might be the play. Never mind. Catches him as he pushes through the door. The first engagement will be the last. Another round in favor of Nordin.
6-2. It feels like a repeat of the last game, but we did see the Autobots come into their stride around about this point. They've shown some individual flashy performances, but it hasn't been enough. Probably not going to be this one with the pistols, but that being said, it's Tech 9s. It's Tech 9s, and it's T's, and they're rushing, and they're going straight towards A, and there's just one player in A. They can get there fast enough before that smoke blooms, while they've got a grenade out in their hands. Yes, they can. The Mac 10 coming around the corner, but it's a trade 2 for 1. Pax goes down, but not without taking out more, and it's a bloodbath. Absolutely torn apart.
He almost got the bomb down because the AK just wasn't behaving itself. His bullets were not going where he was aiming. Nearly had enough time to get a bomb plant down. That would have made that round absolutely worth it. But instead, it will just be the death of Pax, but it's nothing that can't be resolved with just buying another gun for the American team. And it's down to just over a K for a couple of them, but not really a problem. They've got loans on deck from the squad, and they're just sprinting straight down mid. The nap will take out early on into this round, and then immediately go down to the Molotov that was thrown by the man whose life he just took. The rest of the squad can do nothing but sit behind the smoke and watch as they lose yet another early engagement.
The utility damage, I cannot wait to look at these stats. It's going to be so high. They've done such a good job. Oh my! Oh no! Oh dear! Oh dear! Farouk, fella, that was not it. Honestly, thank you, Observer, for catching that, because that is that is so painful to watch. But I'm so glad we caught it. Now Decto actually stands a bit of a chance here, right? Like, there's a minute remaining. Does have the bomb. Split on 2 sides, but he's also split the CTs into 2 different halves. If he can narrow it down and force Pax should not be taking this fight. It should be waiting for their teammate and pushing up together, but instead is buying time.
It's a very similar situation to what we just saw in the previous round, but this time, with it only being 1 versus 2, he's in a slightly better position where he can have some form of freedom to commit forward to making a push. He's not got enough time to grab the bomb and look for a bomb site, but he does have escape avenue if he runs straight down mid, or at least go for the fight on Pax. He spotted the shoulder. Pax is going to run back. A little more damage dealt as well onto Decto, but he has to make sure that once he runs out of time, he isn't taken down once the round timer has ticked down. But they're hunting. They're coming for him. They're going the wrong way.
So he'll at least survive. Won't get any cash. Oh, just a couple more seconds.
That was close.
8-2. Autobots kind of make a break. Pretty much force bought into this round. Will have enough for a very haphazard buy into the next one, as they're on max loss bonus. But there's 2 rounds left in the half, and they need to pick up these 2 rounds. Bring it to an 8-4 scoreline. It's doable. This is your map pick. You'll be going to CT. Obviously, that's where you feel a bit more comfortable. But I don't see that happening at the moment. Nordin just look way too strong at the moment.
It's that unfriendly weapon usage as well, the XM10. You just don't want to be friends with someone who shoots you with one of those every time you walk through their front door, really. And this time, they've used a lot of utility early on, down to just 3 flashbangs. So actually, utility advantage in favor of Otto. And they've got some map control over towards A as well. They have been forced back, but no, they lose mid control now. And now it becomes a problem. They know it was a double peek. And they know that there's still the XM10 lurking behind the door as Takeover taps him down. That's all the way over at B, where the bomb site has gone down on ramp doors. While the remaining Autobots players are all the way on A side. They got onto the site. They managed to take control of that area of the map, but they didn't have the bomb. And they've only got 30 seconds to get all the way across to the opposite side of the map to try and claim it back.
It is not happening. This ain't it. Split up too early on. One flank loses, and most importantly, it's the flank with the bomb. And that's down. CTs can just defend this. This is just a save. This is absolutely a save going into the final round of the half. It's disappointing because there's some good kills by the Nap here to try and get things rolling. It was just on the wrong side of the map.
It's annoyingly not really even worth looking for exit frags because the risk is not outweighed by the reward as Otto is going to lose his gun. He loses all of his money. He got taken down after the round timer as Downside catches him off with the XM10, and now he's truly in shams. Can barely even afford armor. Just has to go for a MAC-10 and a couple of grenades and hope that that gets the job done. It's a long road to get back into this as the Autobots have just been shredded on this first half of Ancient, which is a little ironic because the Nap knows a thing or two about shred with some of the guitar solo videos on his YouTube channel, but Octo doesn't. Who needs armor? MAC-10, 1 HP. Shaika picks it up as well, but that auto shotgun's still going. They get the bomb down though. There's still a chance. Never mind.
No, there isn't. It's all done. I swear that auto shotgun, they're going to hear that in their nightmares. Just a dun, dun, dun of that shotgun, just repeating out and then just suddenly waking up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night. It is just an absolute mess.
It's like there's war drums approaching, except the war drums are shooting you with 75 bullets every time someone hits it. It's just not fair. It's not cool. But, you know, it's a strategy. And strategies are adaptable. Otto, I'm saying, they've learned. They've learned that the XM10s are pretty damn good on the Ancient CT side. So give them a little bit of cash. Who knows? We might see a 5-stack of XM10s, and we'll see just how Nordin likes having to try and push into that.
But speaking of pushing, going straight on towards that B site. It's a bloodbath going the way of Chaika.
Oh, did she just collat him?
That's a 3K. That is a collat as well. Brilliant shot. And this T-push has been totally shut down. This is what a phenomenal job. Such accuracy from the IGL, the substitute IGL, who's really not just flashy in-game with the skins, but flashy in performance as well.
Okay, well, calm down a little bit, I suppose. Never mind. Snow lurking. Has been forced to calm down as the push came through aggressively. Won't get a second one, though, as Octo does manage to tap him out of the equation. But, whew, it was basically they adopted the strategy that the Autobots went with of send everyone up B ramp and just fire away. It just did not quite work out. It wasn't exactly a collat. It wasn't 2 headshots, 1 bullet, but it was a headshot through the teammate, and then she headshot the teammate with the next bullet afterwards. So, I mean, you might as well call it a collat. But we're on to MAC-10 and Tech9s to make the push forwards, and they're taking the same strategy except going towards A site, but they've been completely baited as they send one player on towards B to start making some noise. That's Farouk, and now he's stabbing them in the back as well. They made the rotation. Shaika just got completely caught off. He got another one as well, and the fights on the bomb site are not going in their favor either. The Nap in Donut, surrounded, 39 HP. Does manage to take one, but a repeat from Pax, and the round is done, and it might just mean the game is done as well.
Such a calamity. It all falls apart. 11-3. 2 rounds remain, standing between Nordin and a final berth against
The
perhaps,
other
shall we say,
team,
I'm not going to try and pronounce their name. I keep pronouncing it wrong. However, the underdogs, who usually lose to the Autobots, imagine Bechtel finally gets their first win against the team that took down the Autobots, right? Like, that's a spicy storyline.
A win by proxy. Farouk, once again, holding down the rotation path, as mid is just completely closed. No way for them to get an angle. Try and find the fast rotation. They're even going to try and knife him, but no. Couldn't get there, and it does cost Farouk his life. That's just trying to play with their food a little bit, but they do lose Farouk for doing so. But he's done such an amazing job of being the solo player over towards B. The previous round where he baits the entire squad into thinking it's a B rush again, they all rotate over and boom, the entire squad's on A site. This time, lurking, catching 2 players on rotation as the push onto A site is just blossoming. We've not seen an AWP in like either of these games, but it doesn't matter. But now Molotovs and FAMASs to take mid control. Now numbers advantage briefly in favor of Otto, but swiftly brought back as downside still getting kills with that XM10.
Yeah, just taking it on the T side, having a bit of fun, but does go down. However, it might be a 1 versus 2, but the HP advantage is firmly in this man's hands. Pax, already with 2 kills, fully healthy, has full armor, Kevlar, a flash, and a frag grenade. You look to the other side, and yes, they've managed to recover this, but they don't have the bomb, and both players are incredibly low, incredibly vulnerable from this player. Pax just needs to isolate them, and a few stray bullets will send them asunder.
And he's wrapped his way back all the way to T-spawn, where the bomb was left. And the lack of any sort of noise in a while has drawn out a rotation over towards B from the Autobots. Pax just checking his angles before he commits to a bomb plant. Feels safe enough to try and go for it, but what is going to be his post-plant position? If he tries to go back towards CT spawn, he might be in trouble. That will be where they both come from, but he might hear the steps coming. He has done. Tucks himself into the corner, but the Nap just one-taps him, pops around the corner. He was so ready for that angle. It's a 4K for the Nap to keep their chances of making the finals alive. They're going to need 8 more rounds in a row to push this to overtime, but it is a hell of a start, and the Nap is doing everything he can. 17 kills. Leading his the kills on his team, only player to be in double digits by this point, and he's just clinging on by a thread.
Disgusting. Utterly disgusting. What was that peak? That just came out of nowhere, just instant headshot deleted off the server. Everything about HP doesn't matter if you click the head faster than your opponent. And now we're seeing rush to the other side. Joe, first of all, downside, takes down Shaika. Another one in takeover, and this might be over quicker than it started. The Nap has to pull out another kind of clutch, but goes down, and it won't be enough. Farouk brings it home, and we're seeing an NA versus EU final.
That's what we want to see in the Continental series, but oh man, what's even more exciting is the two-time champions fall in the semifinals, and they're going to be sending over Nord in to take on Bechtel CS, the team that has fallen to the Autobots twice in the finals here for metagame. That is crazy. That was again, it was almost quite similar. Like the first game a little bit closer, the second game kind of a blowout. Similar story across both of the semifinals, but this time around it wasn't a blowout in favor of the team who picked the second map, but Ancient really just ran away from the Autobots entirely, and Nordin, well-deserved victory. Downside has been doing some horrendous things with that auto shotgun. Somebody's got to look into that because that didn't seem fair.
It was grim. it was grim. Was not using an auto sniper, so auto shotgun, absolutely fair game. You cross into auto sniper range, and then might have to have words after the game. But yeah, it was just a bit of they were having fun with it. They were feeling it. They were going for risky plays. You even said at one point they were going for the knife. And when you've got a team that is just A, that level, but B, is having fun and enjoying the game and wants to go out and make those plays, it is scary, right? And we saw it with the Autobots at points. They looked like, they were coming back into it. They might have this, but they just fell apart and couldn't quite, apart from the nap, they couldn't quite get it back. And that's really was the difference maker here.
Yeah, definitely had some highlight performances. Again, I get massive shout out again to Shaika, not only for the inventory, which is really cool, but the solid performance on Anubis, and then the Nap as well, putting up big numbers on Ancient. Not quite enough to keep them in play, though, as Pax once again running absolutely wild for this squad. Farouk doing such an incredible job sort of as a lurking play style, constantly getting picks on rotation as they tried to make the move over from B over towards A. Just really, really solid games. 133 ADR for Farouk is wild. But then again, Nap on the opposite side with 115. So they did not go down without a fight, but in the end, the fight that they did bring simply was not enough to see them make their way over to map 3. And it will be Nordin who makes their way over to the finals, once again, to face off against the EU squad of Bechtel CS, who we saw earlier on, to pick up their wins. That will be all for the semifinals here for CS2, but there's more going on right now. There is a League of Legends semifinal going on, if it's still going, if the games haven't been super quick, over on the CEA channels. And tomorrow we have a couple more matches as well. We've also got the finals for next weekend. We have Rocket League and CS both on Sunday, League of Legends and Valorant on Saturday next week. But first of all, we've got right here on this channel tomorrow's matchup, which will be the semifinals for Valorant, starting at 6 p.m. Central European. So make sure to come back for that. But what a couple semifinals we've had. Actually really solid. I just love this idea, right? Like the corporate side of things, where there probably is, if you work in a big company, there's probably going to be quite a few people out there who play video games, who are interested in this sort of thing. So putting on these events to sort of spread the word, getting other continents involved, other communities, really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been so good. And the fact that the players are such good sports about it as well, because they know that the ping's going to be a bit of an issue. So they're like, okay, well, you take this server and then we'll take this server. And then we'll do this map and you do this map. And they're aware of this. They're really buying into the spirit. And that's so good to see from the community and the players who are playing. So huge shout out to them. Absolutely.
Would have quite liked to see a map 3 on Oceania servers where everyone is suffering.
Oh yeah.
But I think enough suffering was inflicted by the auto shotguns of Downside for one day. So instead, we will leave it there. We will say thank you very much to all of the community and the players for getting involved. Thank you so much for everyone who's been involved in the streams. And make sure to come back once again tomorrow for Valorant, and then next week for the grand finals across all 4 games which are being played in this Continental series. But for now, that will be all for us. Thank you very much. Have a good night or a good day if it's just starting, if you're over there in the States, and we will see you next time.